Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all good. This is the Lost episode. Welcome to the Lost episode of what we've been doing. Um, yes. Okay. So what is happening? If you've never, what am I talking about? For those who are wondering, I'm just gonna share this in another chat as well. My power strip on my computer shorted out on me. I think it's a different plug. So this would be, can you bear with me, guys, while I get up the chat? So I had to make a new thumbnail because we are going to do, and we're going to still be debugging things, but I'm just going to have to, some of this stuff I can't do off stream. I have to do it on stream. So I'm just going to pull up the chat, the new chat, and then share this with the old chat if they're still around. Just so I can connect you guys with the stream. How do I share? Copy video URL, that should do it. Okay, thank you. Okay, so that no one can chat anymore in that chat, which makes sense. I see, so I can't take you guys for the other. Let's just get this up and running. This is on my other computer. Sorry, that's not as interesting. Okay. Well, I was thinking, you know what? I'll have to admit it. After that happened, I was kind of tempted to call it a day. Honestly, I was going to be like, well, I don't want to solve this problem anyway. And where is my... I've just noticed I've lost my... Oh, that's great as well. So, I've lost my output window. Great. That's not good. Let's see. So, I want to see... error list. And... view... I know it's not that useful, but output... There we go. And not notifications as often. We could have the terminal, but I don't really use it. We want auto other windows. Let's see. What have we got here? Code metrics. No. Alright, let me just bear with me while I set up my Visual Studios again. This has also gone a bit weird. So call hierarchy is sometimes useful. I think when I run, let's just do a breakpoint. I'll just talk about my motivation after I've done this, because this is otherwise gonna... So at the very least we need the output. Okay, so yeah, everything's fine. We've got memory 0 thread. Okay, so it's just the call stack breakpoints. Okay, so everything's fine. I don't know why exception settings are here, but that's fine. Breakpoints, fantastic. Okay. Yeah, everything's scuffed at the moment. Excuse me, what are you doing? Why are you here? Okay, go away. Let's see. Sorry, I was looking down here. Yeah, everything's normal. Everything's normal. So if I break, yes. Okay, so we go back to normal. Cool. Yes, I at least need to see the output at the end. Okay. So, I was like, oh no. You know what? The universe is conspiring against me right now. I don't want to stream after it went down. I do want to stream now. It's important to note, to acknowledge these things, I think. Sometimes it's easy to take the easy way out and just say, you know what? I've been streaming a lot recently. I could take a chill after that happened. A day off. But at the end of the day, where does that leave you? If you string a load of these excuses together over time, just make sure. I'm just gonna make sure the live stream is actually streaming. What ends up happening? You end up in a you end up not making any progress. You end up not becoming a better programmer. Which is like the whole point of these streams. So anyway, I decided instead of being wussing out and just saying, you know what, That annoyed me, so I'm just going to give up. We are not giving up. We are going to run it back. And I found out what the issue is, by the way. It was my power strip. I had a thing plugged into it, and I think it tripped it. I'm not sure if that plug... welcome back. Thank you, Kalia. Thank you for joining us and finding the stream again. Yes, so the power strip, when my computer is plugged into, I think it tripped. I unplugged something, and that's not unplugged into it anymore. But what I was saying is I used a power strip that required some heat to come out of it, so I was using like a massager thing for my back. I've got like a back injury that I'm nursing, and I kind of left it plugged in, and I think because it requires heat, it may have drawn too much energy and electricity, and it kind of tripped everything out, and my computer just shut off. Fortunately, my monitor went off as well, so I wasn't just talking to... no, I would have noticed, I think, in general. So yeah, let's not give myself an excuse to go easy on myself. We've got to keep working hard if we're going to get anywhere with anything. So let's keep on going. So I think I've solved the issue. I don't think we should see that again. And it's noted that that is the issue, and I will make sure I don't... Yes, the lost episode. That's right, the stream went down. You're in the lost episode. We're in the Twilight Zone right now. Welcome back, Bartred Gaming. So yeah, yeah, I appreciate you all finding my stream again after the interruption. Anyway, so what were we doing? We were trying to figure out this bug. Let's start from the top, right? Yes, so we're flying through, and this works well when we don't delete the rock. But when we delete the rock and we fly into it like this, oops, we do. That is really cool, right? When we have a grazing angle, that is kind of cool. The way that we crash into stuff, we get pushed to the side, you know, like that Doom, right? But if we go completely like more or less perpendicular, this can happen. What have you done in 2 to 3 hours? So in 2 to 3 hours, yes, I can review that. Thank you for asking, by the way. For the most part, what we did was I basically just did a bunch of revision. I did a little bit of studying. Yes, this needs to be deleted. And I fixed up a bunch of my notes, so I'll show you what I did. I'm just closing some things. So we went through like the Fresnel specular part of the physically based rendering. I explained to myself what ambient occlusion was, which I already know, but ambient occlusion with a texture, right? Not screen space ambient occlusion, not screen space ambient reflection, just basic stuff. That was the new thing I added. And for those who don't know what I'm looking at, it's this is a texture that has occlusion baked into it. That's why it's got red components in. Green is for roughness, blue is for metallic stuff, and red is for occlusion. So that's why we got orange. We got a mix of all three colors here. It is too damn hot today. Yes, Mohammed, I feel you on that one. I don't know where you are in the world, but yes, in the UK it is also very, very hot. I feel like the whole world is cooking right now on the northern hemisphere. Yeah, northern. What's above the whatever the above the equator is, north of the equator, I should say, Norman. Anyway, so we had, yeah, hemisphere is half, yeah, half a sphere, so north hemisphere. Yeah, I was correct. Anyway, so let's go to my graphics theory, which is kind of what I was doing. So we have I went through all this basically in thorough detail, explained it to the live stream, and right now we are trying to work on this bug, right, where I found it literally just before the live stream went down. You are making a 3D engine, so why 2D rendering? That is a good question. Well, in a 3D game, it would be nice to render 2D, right? 2D stuff is like for menuing and like a HUD. Like here, let's just say I had like a life bar or something, or like how much energy you have, or how much ammo you have over here. You know, if you need to reload, or you know, notifications of another duck trying to communicate with you down here. Text on the screen, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like that's like yes, O for UI, yes. So, but there is a 2D rendering technique which I might end up using, but that's something else called imposters. So yes, what I'm going to try to solve right now is this this issue where, yes, this can happen. The player can stop moving. Now, as soon as you move the camera enough, you will move again. But you know, if you take your foot off like this, I don't think it's very good. Now, I could just have it so the player just has to press W the whole time, but no, the player looks like it's moving backwards. But I feel like in my case, I would prefer it if the player just pushed through the asteroid, because I'm gonna have a bit of a more arcadey feel to this type of game. So I think what I'm gonna do is try and set the mass of the objects to 0 that we're colliding with. In the lost episode, so anything's because this is a lost episode, anything could go, anything. We're in crazy mode activate. So what I'm gonna do, yeah, is just try and set the what is it called? It's, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Let me go in. The mass override properties. So if I set this up to have no mass, that would be nice. So rock settings, because I don't care about the grazing angles too much. I think that's kind of cool, but it's also kind of not that important. I want you to be able to just fly through the rock with reckless abandon. It's almost like I don't need a physics engine for this, but but it's fine. It's mass, what is it? Mass properties. Yes. So let's, I think this is an, what is this, an enum? No, it is a class. I think I need then to construct a basic object. And scale to mass. Set the mass and scale and inertia Tesla to match mass. Okay. Yeah, so the inertia Tesla. Yes, we want to. That's what we want the inertia Tesla to be basically an identity matrix or something. So yeah, we basically want to. I believe. Is that a static? Hang on. So JPH. Let's see this again. Sorry. So I'm trying to disable mass, and you have a class which describes the mass and inertia of a body used during construction only. Right. Okay. So let's grab this out. And oops, we need to construct an object, I think. So yes, JPH and mass properties. So hopefully that constructs to that. Then I want to say set. Sorry, set. Oh, scale to mass, which would be 0. I want 0 mass. So inertia Tesla should be scaled to that. And then hopefully that gets copied over with a nice copy constructor or a move constructor, whatever it wants to use. And yeah. I think that's 0 mass. I think the stuck problem is because the collision is not deleting property. I think what's happening, because what I do, I actually move the object out the way, and then I deactivate the rigid body. The problem is that because I do that, the player is still affected by that in that instance. So I want the player to be able to basically push this object as if it has no mass at all. So we just go through it. So that's what I'm going to try and do. The problem is this is a static object, and I'm not entirely sure how that will behave. I don't want to make everything dynamic, because that means everything's like updates in the... Alright, so it didn't seem to cry when I did that, which is good. But we might get a complete error here. I don't know. No, it's still doing that. So we want 0, because I think if I set this down, this might slow down everything. So I'm not gonna do this, but I just want to see if it's because it's static. Let's see. Okay, so that was a little. I wasn't quite perpendicular, I don't think. Yeah. Okay, so that doesn't make a difference. Interesting. What else do we able to access in here? Is there something else? Rotate, translate, scale. Scale the mass and inertia by scale. Note that elements can be less than 0 to flip the shape. So I'm going to set the mass as well. So we have access to the mass here. Mass is equal to 0. I don't entirely sure what that's going to do. So we're just going to slowly chip away at it having any mass. Why deleting or replacing? Why not just bounce the duck around when it collides? This is mostly a test. This isn't actually... the duck will eventually do this. But you're actually right, actually. Does it matter? Yeah, that's a good point. Am I trying to fix a problem I don't need to fix? I think I might be, actually, now I think about it. Yeah, that's a really good point. Okay, so the reason I did this originally wasn't actually because I want the player to be able to collide with the object. The player needs to, like, lose HP or whatever when it collides with the object. What I actually want to collide with the object are particles. So, yeah, this is actually not going to be in the game. We're not actually going to have the player do this. I think we're just going to have, like, a timer, basically, that depends on how long you've been colliding with the object. It means that, like, how much damage you're taking to the ship, because you're trying to drive through an object. I think, anyway, that's what I'm thinking. Let's turn around so we can actually see the things. So, yeah, it's. Hang on, let me think. Do I want to do this? Yeah, I think this is a problem I'm gonna have to not deal with for now. So, I think you're right. This problem exists. I'm gonna say it's a non-issue, or at least an undefined issue, meaning that it could be an issue, but I haven't defined if it's actually necessary. So yeah, thanks for that, Bot Red Gaming. Sometimes it's good to just not solve an issue if you don't need to solve it. So let's yeah, so like I said, right now that was literally just a test, because eventually you're going to be able to do something with those rocks, with particles, which is going to be pretty obvious. Okay, what was I doing then? What was I doing before this error? My computer just turning off has completely broken my train of thought of what I was going to do. I think I said I wanted to study, didn't I? And then I saw that error and I was like, oh, I've got to fix it. So let's... yeah, okay, so let's... what am I going to do? 2D render. Should we start 2D rendering or should we study for a bit? I'm in the mood for studying more than 2D rendering immediately. So, let me think. Because what I was thinking of doing is studying all the way up to lunchtime and then coding for the rest of the day. Just to break up the day a little bit, so it's not just all coding, because I think yesterday was a bit exhausting. In the sense that I had to I coded for a long time. So, okay. If I want to study, let me just look at my notes. But yes, I think it's best not to deal. Yeah, don't solve a problem you don't have, which I don't have this problem. That's a lesson to anyone who's watching who's maybe new. If you are trying to, I'm talking to myself at the same time. This is just to formalize what I'm saying. If you solve a problem you don't have, that will definitely cause problems. Sorry, let me say that again. It's if you solve problems you don't have, that will definitely cause problems in the future. That you do need to solve. So it's a tricky thing. If you solve problems you don't need to solve, you'll just cause more problems in the future. So we have threading, which is kind of something I'm. Yeah, I haven't written any notes for mutexing. Mutex. So I'm kind of tempted to. Yeah, it's a good trick that you can trick yourself into doing, is solving problems you don't have. Yeah, I can't take credit for that one. That was from Mike Acton. It's from the famous data-oriented design speech. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. If you haven't watched it, highly recommended. So it's from 2014. I just got something on my keyboard. Mike Acton, data-oriented design. This is where it came from. I think we watched a bit of this on stream, and yes, it's definitely worth a watch. If you're interested, especially if you're interested in game engine development, it's just to sell you on it a little bit. Okay. If you're familiar with Tokyo Spliff, there he is, look, Tokyo Spliff. Now it's very important to watch this once when you wake up and once again before you fall asleep. So if you like Tokyo Spliff, he also recommends this as well. Is object-oriented programming important in coding? No. I think object-oriented programming is just a way of programming. You don't have to follow it if you don't want to. So yeah, that's my question. That's my answer right there. So yes, I'm going to study threading. I hope you guys don't mind for a bit, not for long, but until lunchtime. Study threading for a bit. Feel free to ask me questions about things. I haven't studied threading in a while. It's creeping up on me every single time I don't study it. So yeah. I don't think I'll do revision on this. So jthread, mutex. So I didn't get stuck on mutexes. Yeah. Yeah, if people are up for that, or at least a bit more of a study stream, we'll implement. We'll fix our 2D. We'll fix our 2D things in a minute. Yeah. Again, because I'm streaming for so long, I have to do other things to make sure I'm staying on top of my programming ability. Otherwise, if I don't, I won't get better. Anyway, share data. So hopefully that's okay. Share data we are concerned with is anything that has an invariant like a pointer or a pointer in a linked list that can be broken at runtime, causing a bad race condition. A mutex, mutually exclusive, is a primitive that tells threads that to wait before accessing a shared data if another thread is accessing it. Yeah, okay, so you lock a mutex when a thread is accessing shared data, and you unlock it again once a thread has finished working on it. The standard library makes sure that when a thread is tied to a lock, it can't. The standard library makes sure that when a thread tries to lock a thread, it can't. Only when it's unlocked is it possible. Okay, makes sense, I guess. This makes sure that the threads have self-consistent views on shared data. Excuse me. Yeah. By the way, Botred Gaming. If you do watch that talk, what I just showed you, the Mike Acton thing, you'll kind of understand like data-oriented design versus object-oriented design, and the downsides of like what can happen with OPP. So it's a double good reason to watch it, I think, for Botred maybe. Anyway, you can't just 100% rely on these. You need to structure your interface to your code to avoid race conditions as well. And you have to be careful you don't end up with a deadlock and protecting too much data or too little. Tries to lock a thread or tries to lock a mutex. Oh, you're right, actually, yeah. The standard library makes sure that when a thread tries to lock a mutex, that makes sense. I was confused. I was a little bit confused. That's already locked. There we go. There we go. It can't. Thank you, Emmanuel, for pointing that out. VS Code versus Visual Studio 2020 to 2026 is also in my computer. Yes, I have all three as well, I think. Right, okay, so let's go with this. The problem with a pointer and reference accessing shared data. This is complicated. This is a complication that can happen if you pass a pointer into a function that's dealing with shared data. Which is E. Whether you're using object-oriented or strict DoD, it's bad. You need to consider how to access shared data. Not passing pointers or references to protect the data outside the scope of a lock. This can be returned from a function storing them externally. This can be returned from the function stored externally, making the memory visible, or a pass by reference / pointer, pass by non-const, that's important, non-const, non-const reference / pointer. It's pointer in the arguments. So this is my DoD example, data-oriented design example of what you can end up doing wrong. So lock guard is a it'll take in a mutex and then it'll pop it off once you're done. But you can do something stupid like take the data out. This allocation. This is for I guess a thread safe buffer allocation. But then we can like do work on that and breaks everything. Even though you've mutex locked it, you can still get a race condition if you do this. Anyway, let's bring up the book because they're my notes that I've already written. So I believe, despite this being copywritten, I have a feeling that, yeah, I've done all these, I think. So I'm not going to go through this for that long. But what I want to do is just like refresh myself on what I'm doing. So race condition, avoiding this, protecting shared data with mutexes. I think I've read that. Okay, so I think I was about here when I was reading this. Yeah, okay, so we're going to go through this. We're going to make some notes, basically. I hope that's cool with you guys. Like I said, the most important thing, honestly, for these streams is that I become a better programmer. Second is that you guys have a good time. Whether I'm just a lo-fi, what is it called? Lo-fi girl or something, lo-fi beats. The equivalent of lo-fi beats for coders, right? The waffle lo-fi coding live stream. So yeah, learning plus indeed. So yes, I will. How do I get rid of this? That's it. Zoom in. And what I'm going to do is put this... Oops, okay, so that's way too small. Way too big now. So yeah, this is a good book, by the way. This just a word on it. This is called a C++ concurrency in action. The upside of this book, it's very in depth when it comes to stuff. It's behind when it comes to the C++ standard, the second edition even. It's C++ 17. So if there's new threading things that are in C++ 20, 23, and 26, it doesn't talk about them at all. Well, that's a lie. It talks about JThreads. It talks about anything that's going to be in the standard in C++ 20, I think. Because this guy, he's written some of the threading for the Boost library. And if you don't know, that's typically some of the stuff that stands up in the C++ standard often starts in the Boost library, which is just like an extension on the C++ standard, right? So he has written a lot of that threading code. I don't know when this was written. That's what he did. I don't know if he still does it now. So he's very familiar with like what this should do, what it shouldn't do, and all that kind of stuff. The other thing I want to comment on is that the examples given in this book, at least, are... Oh, I've actually already done this, so I'm going to skip this as well. Are very object-oriented focused. It's very... object-oriented is the way, you know, the way it talks about code. So some of the stuff I probably won't hold on to this exactly. For example, it might talk about like how to make something thread safe by making things explicit and using constructors and all that kind of stuff, or using I think this is just variadic templates. It's not anything to do with perfect forwarding, but yeah, all that kind of stuff, right? So if you're not big on C++'s object-oriented mechanisms, this can be a bit of a slog to try and translate into something else. Outside of that, though, it's actually really well written. It's understandable. He understands what's going on, and the examples are pretty enlightening, honestly. So, yeah, that's what I'll say. So, is learning with videos better, or reading the devlog articles or something is better? Combination of both, I think. Like, you'll often find that if you want to learn something that's like... Okay, so I used to think that books were better. And then I realized that the people who write books aren't necessarily the experts in the field. I think this guy is an expert on the C++ standard when it comes to threading. So I will say this about this particular book. But when it comes to like something like Vulkan, if you buy a Vulkan book, it's not necessarily true that just because you bought a book, you're going to get the best resources that exist for learning. Not always. So I used to always say books are the best. The books are the best because they're typically structured from start to finish. They have a clear path going forward from A to B. But for example, if I take you to this, go to stream stuff, and I think it's this, right? I want to show you this. Didn't need to do a new tab. A Scalable and Production-Ready Sky and Atmospheric Rendering Techniques by Sebastian. You're not going to find this in a book. You're only going to find this in a paper. This is typically too advanced to turn up in most books. So it depends on stuff like this. If you're going to learn this, it's probably better to seek out the actual papers that graphics programmers write. A lot of the YouTube tutorials are often not very good. Sorry, that's a mistake. YouTube tutorials can be often very beginner focused, meaning that they're very good at the beginning level, but they don't really take you past that point, and you can end up in tutorial hell by just like looking up tutorials over and over again. So a good way to get out of that is just like stick to a book and go through from top to bottom, from so cover to cover even. That can help to build up a good foundation. For example, in C++, you can like pick up a C++ book and you'll be very familiar with like all the C++ stuff that turns up in books, and you might even be teaching me stuff on stream if you do that. So yeah, it's a mix. I would say a mix. Like if a resource isn't working for you, pick something else. C++ is very vast and rich nowadays. Back in school, C++ barely had any libraries known. And the last known was... Oh, really? That's really interesting. So you were that was early C++ then. Holy Psi even. So how do you recommend learning something like Vulkan? I recommend starting off with How to Vulkan's tutorial series. I think I've recommended this on a couple of people. To a couple of people. Let's just pause this because we're not doing anything. So How to Vulkan. I will post this in chat for you. The reason I want to post you this tutorial specifically is, and I link it specifically every single time people ask, is because there is a Vulkan tutorial out there that you shouldn't follow called Vulkan Tutorial, unfortunately. So if you are interested in learning Vulkan, I recommend this tutorial. It's pretty concise. It's non-trivial, and it starts you with Vulkan 1.3, which is very important for learning Vulkan. In my personal opinion, if you're targeting desktop computers, you should basically assume that everyone has Vulkan 1.3. Unless your computer is very old, or you haven't updated your drivers in a very long time, Vulkan 1.3 feels like what Vulkan 1 should have been. And that's just an opinion, but with these 4 extra additions, they simplify writing Vulkan code. Maybe not synchronization too, but these 3 simplify things considerably, and make things kind of easier to use, despite the concepts being sometimes a little harder to grasp. Having to deal with render passes and non-bindless textures is just not fun. So yes, Vulkan 1.3, yeah, synchronization 2 is nice as well. It's a nicer interface in my opinion. So yes, that's why I recommend this. Do not go to Vulkan tutorial. That's where I would start. It's free. It's pretty nice. You can obviously buy a book, but if you do buy a book, just make sure it's written. It's a modern book, like 2025, 2026, 2024. Avoid ones that are 2016, because that will teach you stuff that's like stuff that you don't want to do, like render passes. So yeah, that's where I would start. Outside of that, I would start looking into books. Vulkan Guide is good. I have a lot of Vulkan books. But yeah, just expanding your skills. Yeah. So my 2015 Office laptop supports Vulkan 1.3. Do I assume? So sorry, I think he says so I can assume my target audience does. Yes, exactly. So desktop computers are very different from mobile. If you're on mobile, then you may have to consider older versions of Vulkan. But yes, you can imagine that. Yeah, old computers, like pretty old computers, just straight up support 1.3. So that should be, in my opinion, a good baseline for desktop. And this is where you should start learning, because Vulkan 1.1 is, sorry, 1.0 is quite different in how you approach things versus 1.3. What is your first project ever? You full finished. That would be my where would that be? Yeah, I can show you on stream. I guess this is a bit of a waffle stream. Where have I put my old games? Have I put them on my desktop? No, they're just games I've played on this. Yeah, let me. I think it is interesting because I have thought about showing people this anyway. Let me just plug in my external hard drive, and I think it's on there. Let's bend over, grab it. Okay, so my first game, and my first game engine, and I will argue it's a game engine. You may not agree, but I will. Is, I think... Okay, cool. Are you ready? This was my first game / game engine. Yep, this was it. Guess my number. Rules, try and guess the number within 10 tries. Press enter after you put in your number. This was written in 2012. So we'll go with hard. So we'll press 3. And what do I have to do now? Oh, start guessing, obviously. 250. Too small. So let me go with, what, 375. Too big. Okay, so 300. Too big. 225. Too small. So I don't know. 35. Too small. Okay, so 240. Too small. Okay, 245. Too small. Wow. Okay. 248. Okay. 249. It's got to be 249. Oh, it's too. Oh my god! I'm such an idiot. Okay, let me start again. That's so embarrassing. Okay. I lose. Okay, that's what it does if you lose. Okay. Let me I was reading those 2-bit. I was getting so confused. I forgot how to play my own game. Too small. Okay, so we need to go bigger, right? Oh, that's so silly. Too small. Okay. Too big. Finally. Okay. That's so funny. Yes. So this was my game, right? The reason I'm showing you this, guys, is because I think I had my source code. For some reason, I decided to store them in rich text documents because I didn't understand version control. So yeah, this was my source code, and it's obviously not very good to store it like this because I didn't know what I was doing. But yeah, this is a game engine. It's text based, and yeah. This is what if someone's like beginning with C++, I think this is a fantastic. This is what you should be doing. Your project is 1 month younger than me. There we go. So yeah, yeah. The reason, well, I'll try and beat this game. People who are tuning in, I hope you guys are okay with this. 2, 5. Too big, and then like 2. So we need to go less now. How embarrassing earlier. Too small. Okay, so 20. Too big. Okay, so it's between. Okay, so 215. Sorry, 4. 16. Too small. That needs to be bigger. So 4. Let's say 70. Yeah, yay! I win. That's it. That's literally my game. That's literally my game. I think that these are the type of games that you should be making early on. Like, I didn't have access to as many resources back in 2012, so I kind of made this up myself. You know, I had a space game, which is a bit later, which is a bit more complicated. So it has a menu, and it says, like, it's a bit of a space story game. You need to get home. You need to make 7 jumps. This is basically inspired by FDL. You have 100 fuel units. Are you ready to start? Yes. Oh, look at you. Jump forward and found fuel floating around. You get 10 fuel. Are you ready to continue? Yes. And then it gives you like a decision, I think. Nope, nothing, just empty space. Okay, so there's a bit of a bug there, but that's fine. You ran into a nebula and an ion storm. Your main engine was shut down. You lost 20 fuel. You have 25 fuel. So it just basically just continues on until you lose. Asteroid field. I spelled asteroid wrong. Yep. You lose, and yep, there we go. Old school stuff, bro. That's what your project should be, in my opinion, when you're starting out. That's what it should be. Obviously, I recommend different projects now. I recommend things like this. Like, this is what I recommend now for you to do. Because this is from the one load coder. I don't know how you actually do anything in this game. Okay. So, one lone coder will teach you how to do this. I think this is slightly better. I actually don't know how to control this at all. But anyway, if you make Snake Game, this is what I would recommend you doing. Like, you don't have to do exactly what I did, but yes, starting out, that's what you should be doing, in my opinion. Not building a game engine in 3D, right? That's a... What is Apex? Fortnite is Fortnite. This is a real game. So yeah, I've kind of wanted to talk about like where I started, and then I wasn't really taking programming seriously back in these days, right? I was just kind of like learning it, and then I would take a massive break, and I didn't. I just kind of, like, I have other games that I got slowly better at with like time. This was like a, you know, this was another slightly more advanced game engine with animation. And if I press F12, I think, oh, I forgot how to, is it F1? I can put trees down, so I'm level editor mode. Yeah, so it's all, this is SDL 1.2. I didn't know how to do the collision detection properly, so you can see that. And this was based on someone else's project. I basically lifted a lot of the code. Yeah, we're in the lost episode. This is the lost episode. We're in a. Okay, so these make a load of noise, but you know, like, you know, this has a menu. This is getting. This makes a really loud noise. So I'll turn that down. That's still really loud. Yeah. And yeah, that's like, these are the projects that I would make, right? Early on. Yeah, sorry about that really loud noise. The rest are like, I've got terrible games in here. And obviously this is the Chronos inspired game. So this was like getting, this was a bit later on when I was following the Hazel game engine series. I made this, you know, very, very familiar to anyone who's played these games before. You know, I was slowly building up skills as I went, you know, going from, does this even have anything? It's just source code. What was this? I don't even remember. That was my Windows noise, apologies. What on earth was I doing with this? I can't remember what this was. just gonna run. Oh, okay, yeah. So this was like my physics engine. Yeah. So things are getting more advanced as time goes on. You know. If we collide with that rock, yeah, that rock, that sphere, that cube. Yeah, this was in OpenGL. So I wrote all the physics in this. This is why it's like kind of scuffed. There we go. So we have all that to go off. So, have you worked in a company that works in computer graphics? No. If yes, what was your experience? Oh, bye, Red. Yes, I will. Now I'm going to do a bit more studying. Unfortunately, no. So I can't really give you my experience with graphics. So yeah. Hopefully that's given you some perspective on like where we've been, where we've come. You know, like you know, things are getting better as we move on. As we move through time. Now we have ducks, which is, you know, the most important thing. So what am I doing? I am getting up my book. Sorry about the waffle. I just wanted to show you guys. I've been thinking about that for a while. Like, I think I don't want to give off this idea that I'm like a genius programmer, if that makes sense. So you know, there's still a lot that I have to learn. Okay, so we've got a bit more written here, actually. So I think I was roughly about this, okay. Okay, so I'm going to read this now. Hopefully you guys are okay with it. There's nothing obviously wrong here. This call for more radical changes and interfaces. That's okay. So where are we? So how do we solve this? Top and pop. Okay, so I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read the top thing. Yeah. So as you can see, if there are other threads running, and we should check something real quick. Okay, as you can see, if these are the only threads running, there's nothing in between the top and the top to modify the stack. So both threads will see the same value. Not only that, but there are no calls to top between top and pop. Consequently, one of the two values on the stack is discarded. You know what I'm going to do? Actually, I've changed my mind after talking about coding. I'm actually going to do. I'm not going to study anymore. I'm actually going to try and crack this 2D renderer. Yeah, let's actually do some coding, right? Who would have thought we're going to do coding on a coding stream? Okay, so let's bring this back. Yeah, I've changed my mind after all that talk. I have a feeling as well, showing you my first projects, that some of your first projects have actually been more advanced than my first projects. So model position is no such field or struct. Hi, Bronzeman's Sniffer. Will this work on Steam Machine? It better work for both. It better work for that kind of money. I'm trying to get it to work on Linux for sure. I actually do want to get a Steam Machine to try and see if it works eventually. I don't know how expensive they are. I know they're being released. People have started to talk about them again. But yeah, I think I said this in one of my videos that it would be nice if I got a Steam Machine and got it working. So No such field. Buffer match maths. Okay, so we don't have this extension. But yeah, I need to get a hold of it first, because it would be nice to have basically a computer that does that has an AMD graphics card in, because I don't have an AMD graphics card in at the moment. They cost more than $1,000 for 512 gigabytes version with no controller. Wow, that's intense. That's a lot, considering the PS. That's crazy, actually. Jeez. Yeah, that's more expensive than the PlayStation 5. And I did not expect that. I have an AMD, but it's old. Yeah, that's how I need to make sure that you guys can run the games that I'm gonna give you. Yeah, if it's old, but it still runs at 1.3, then I want you guys to be able to run it. But I need an AMD chip, because AMD chips have tighter control, demand that your image layouts are correct, whereas that it can be completely wrong on what's this error? I don't quite understand. Like model position, no such field. Have I got model position lying around? Oh, I do. That would make sense. Quad position. Okay, so let's build that. It's weaker than the PS5. Oof. Rough. Model position. Oh, yes. Down here too. I think we have color here. Yes. Okay, so... And... we will do this, and hopefully that should now compile the shader properly. Nice. Okay. Where are we up to with this then? Okay, so we don't have any 2D yet, so I think we need to do instant rendering with our thingamajiggies. So we have these guys. Why aren't they, why isn't there a lock here? Anyway, I don't think it's important. Okay, so yesterday we had a GL enter identity position, and we had the color, which was red. We made a buffer, and basically now I need to take the runtime. What I need to do is draw this rectangle. Valve got an L with the Steam controller, can't buy. And they got an L with the Steam machine, overpriced. I'm hoping there will be a W with the Steam frame VR thing. Otherwise 2026 is going to be the year Valve lost. Yeah, fingers crossed, honestly. It's I do like Valve in general when it comes to a big corporation, but yeah, $1,000 is expensive, and I wonder why. It does make me question like what is going on there. So I'm gonna steal a simpler renderer. So so what we're gonna do is we're gonna I think I've got everything set up to start trying to get this to work. But I think we need to do instant rendering. So we need a graphics pipeline, and I think we're just gonna send this in because it's gonna be modified. Yes, we don't need this to be updated at runtime, so we don't need to allocate any new pieces of data. We do, however, need to write to our push constants. So we need a command buffer in here. And I think, again, I'm just going to use a reference just because I think it is actually modifying itself. Some PS5s are cooked. The GTA might be 300 gigs. Wow. 300 gigabytes? My goodness. Must be all the assets, I think. So this, and this. Okay. Okay. We don't care. What all I care about is rendering non-textured quad at the moment, and it'll cost $100. Yeah, 300 gigs is a bit excessive. I've never been a GTA guy. I've never actually played any of them. When I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to play any of them, and I never really got into them, I don't think. Because of that. Okay, so we need also the GPU, which is fine. Maybe I should have a reference, like a pointer to it, instead of having an argument every single time. No, I'll just do an argument for now, because it's going to be simpler. I can simplify my arguments later. Okay, so graphics pipeline, we just need to activate the right one. We don't have a descriptor set to bind, so we don't need to do this. We're not going to even worry about this. And 3 billion spent for a game. You missed out on life then, buddy. Yeah, I guess so. But my parents took the what is it called? The what is it called? The ratings on video games extremely seriously. And ever since then I've just been like, never really played it. Oh, interesting. Okay. GTA 5 surprised me how polished it was when it launched in 2012. 2012. Wow, flipping heck. Yeah, now your parents are verifying your ID online. Crazy. Ah, yes. Oh well. It is what it is. Okay, so we have push constants. I need to get the push constants in. Let me look at my skybox again. So where is this push constants guy? Okay, this is just it's passed in. So if I go to draw skybox, let's see in my render loop where we end up. But who needs GTA anyway? I mean, that's what I think. If I show you what I mean, I mean, look at this, guys. It's like the best game you've ever seen right here. I mean, we got ducks and everything. I mean, look at that. Who needs GTA? You got this. This is like space, it's bigger than GTA, you know. Anyway, space is the biggest map of all. It does. The player yours is king, exactly. I will work on player movement. That's not as big a priority right now as getting 2D rendering. But you are noticing things that I will try and fix to make sure this that we do get things nice and polished. Okay, so I want to how do I want to do this? All I need is the buffer device address pointer thingy. So I'm going to go into my renderer. But you know, GTA has bugs, mine has bugs, you know, it's basically the same. Yeah, basically the same quality at least. So we need to be, yes, okay, so that's how we get the buffer device address. And we need a push constant, which I'm just going to construct. Where is this actually living? Game. No, no, not that. I want to know where this is. In shader data. So we need shader data. Okay, so we're going to throw that in here. Yep. Then we want to push constants. I will just see. So I've been promised that we can just push anything into this, so we'll see. So I'm just going to make a new one. I'm just going to get a buffer device address in here. Actually, I'm going to pass it in and then just modify it. The reason I'm going to do that is there is a bunch of stuff that we're setting up ahead of time, which is going to be useful. So I'm going to move this out. I changed my mind. Yeah, this is how I'm. My first pass of my 2D render is probably not going to be very good. So, whoops. And we need this here, I think. Push constants. Push constants. Or is it S? What is it called? Yes, okay. So that should be good. Just need to go to my CPP file. What do we got? Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay, so we do need to add a... So based on... Can I get out the... Instead of accessing the buffer, is the way to, when I create this, get out the buffer device address from here? Because that would be nicer if we could just grab out the buffer device address. Alright, we'll do it the simple way and then we'll worry about it. Okay. We also need to add a new thing, which is VK device address, quad position address, I guess. I'll call it the same thing. That's quad. There we go. So we go in here, we go like this. These are 8 bytes each, so we just know that's we have 16 pointers that we can deal with. Push constants needs to be equal to the same idea here. We're just going to take this, throw this in here, and we're going to use a different name, obviously. Quad position. So now, hopefully, we have access to the equals this dot no arrow even buffer device address. Oh, hang on. Yes, this needs to be modifiable. So everything needs to be modifiable, which is fine. I don't really care. As long as it doesn't make everything go crazy. Now we should have a thing that draws. We need... Do we have an index buffer here? So let's look at my vertex shader for this. I think I have... Have I hard-coded my vertices in here? No. Hey, QWERTY. How you doing, dude? Good to see ya. How's it going? Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. It's actually not too hot yet, which is nice. We're just doing the preliminary pass on our 2D renderer. I'm just considering, do I need a index buffer or not? Can I get away with doing the hard coding the indices in here, like I do? And then how do I do this again? So we have, yeah, okay, so GL vertex index data. So what I'm going to do is try to replicate this idea. So for a rectangle, that would be 0, 1, 2, 3, I think. Let's see if we can get this online. So index buffer for a rectangle. I just want to make sure this is correct. Yes, no, I don't really... Okay, so... Yeah, the indices are... Okay, that's what I need to do. Thanks for all the reactions, by the way. Nice coding skills. I appreciate you, dude. Yeah, thank you for joining us, and I hope you have fun here. Everyone's welcome. So I just need to make sure that this exists in my vertex shader. 0. Okay, cool. Fantastic. So this allows us to not use a vertex shader. Sorry, an index buffer, because we're just going to hard code this in. For each instance, which is great. So we have int. That's actually... I'm going to sneak in my skybox. Grabbed it. Okay, so it is int. I was confused. So I'm going to throw this in here. Now, 36 is obviously not correct. We just... here we go. I already had it. Very nice. So this is just... So this is 6 of 6. Yes, same thing. Thank you. Cool. So now what we can do is we can take what we did earlier and grab out the indices and get the position out, which is very nice, which helps us simplify our shaders our interface considerably. So when we are getting out this, so we do this, which gives us the indices per index, and then we want to use that index in, let's go in here again. Okay, so then we take a position. I see. Okay, so this is a bit trickier as far as I can tell. Let me think. Because I've hard-coded these values in here, how do I access them like this? Because I think when I run this vertex shader... Maybe it's not a good idea to do this. I'm thinking this was going to be a optimization, but if I only want square... Hang on, let me think. I could do this and pass in scale factors, right? So instead, what I'm saying here is, if I bring up critter, if it loads, it feels like it takes forever to load this thing. Versus paint, but it's way easier to use than paint. Paint is a pain in the neck. So I'm just going to wait for this. So we got an anime squirrel thing. Come on. Keep going. Right. So if we have... Okay, ignore that. Ugh. Get out the way. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of this. So what I'm thinking anyway is, if I go to white, if I have a perfect square, right, let's just assume this is perfect, and I want to make this like a rectangle, then all I have to do is scale it by a scale matrix, and the scale matrix will allow me to... Oh no, this is not going to work, I don't think, because yes, I could do that. I could have a scale matrix of let's go to paint, make this bigger of a... Let me just talk through this a bit. So if I had a scale matrix, oops, like a 2D scale matrix, right? So SX, which would be the scale X, and SY, oops, nope, not SX twice, SY, and then 0, 0. Like, oops, multiply that by the position, like position, you know. That would work. That would scale this by, you know, whatever these are, based on whatever values. You could even flip it, right? But the problem is, how would I do hit detection? This is fine if it's read-only. Eventually, I want to have the player to be able to, you know, obviously, like, click on this guy like this, like, da-da-da-da-da. If I'm scaling it arbitrarily in the vertex shader, then this rectangle could be, you know, this rectangle here could be, you know, bring up this, you know, it could be like this, right? Sorry, it will start from the same position, and let's reduce the size. This could be like this. Okay, it's a bit small. Like this, you know. And then it's like, okay, if the user's going to click on it, and they click, you know, they'll see this. So when they click on here, for example, like this point, like my hit detection algorithm is going to assume that the rectangle is this. So I need to like keep two separate objects actually. So I need to have like vertices scaled here and here, and the problem is, yes, that's fine if I'm passing them up to the shader, but if I want to use this approach where I index into them via an index without an index but an index buffer, we aren't going to be able to do that because the vertices need to be hard coded, I think. Now I could be completely wrong there. You know what? Let's challenge my assumptions. Let's challenge my assumptions. I think that's the case. Okay. Why can't we do this? Oops. I actually don't know. I have no idea. This is passed in. Can you do this? Now, I think the shader is going to hopefully complain and tell me off immediately that you're not allowed to do that. But we'll see. So that was 71, which is, yeah, okay. So it didn't like that. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna ignore this. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to have a vertex buffer, which is fine. It's gonna be a tiny little buffer. Sorry, an index buffer, I meant to say. I haven't written an index buffer in ages though, so I'm just gonna have to nab some code of mine in a different place, which is fine by me because we already know the size of this and what it's gonna be. So, because we're instant drawing, we need to take it out of the shader, which is, you know, what we just had. So I'm just going to kind of comment this out and just kind of put this. That's going to be our index buffer. So yes, we're going to do an index draw call rather than just a regular draw call, a non-index draw call. I guess it's super uncommon to do a regular. The regular thing is an index draw call. So I'm just going to throw this in here for a minute, and I am going to nab out the GLTF loading code, which does build up an index buffer, as you can probably imagine. I do have an index buffer, but I don't quite remember the steps needed. So index buffer, yep. So we just create a regular buffer, like that. Fantastic. We just need to have the data in. So go to our 2D shader. I'm going to throw this in here. We're going to have another fella. Hello, Yip Tag. How you doing, dude? I'm here to say my obligatory once per stream. Ah, yeah. Appreciate you coming in and saying hello. Welcome to the lost episode. This is the stream that was never meant to be, because I accidentally I tripped my power strip and it turned off my computer. 2D. No, you can't do that. Index. I'm just gonna index buffer. It's not that complicated. It's part of the 2D renderer. We know that. Message so you know I'm watching. Fantastic. Yeah, I hope you're having a great day, my guy. And I always appreciate you watching. Even if you you know, just want to lurk, that's completely chill. let's get rid of this. Yeah, happens to the best of us. Yeah. Cool. It definitely breaks your groove, I have to admit. Okay. So I think we can do a const expert kind of thing. So static const expert unit 32 indices. Now, does this need to be anything other than this? Is equal to. So this is our. We don't need to do anything fancy because we're just putting numbers in a list. Like that. And. Okay, yes. This is a little awkward, but we can just do array size. Throw this in here, indices. Yeah, we know that ahead of time, and this will be the. So that's the amount of arrays. Oh, yeah, no. Size of. Hang on. No, that's gonna give us the array size, right? Hang on. Yeah. I don't know if that's going to give us 6 or 6 times by the size of bytes. I will pull this out just for a minute. I can't remember. Bit of a memory lapse here. Times by. Do you actually ever plan publishing this game on Steam? I think this might be the first one I put on Steam. But even then, I'm kind of a bit nervous about that idea. It might end up on itch.io like all my other games. But yes, it will be playable at the very least for you guys. Hello, Escape Point. Heard that your PC blew up and the explosion destroyed half of Britain. Yeah, pretty much. That's what the heat wave's about. So yeah, it's pretty sucky. Index size. This is just a test. Yeah, so the game I think will end up on Steam. It's incompatible. Oh, because it's a constant. Ugh. Alright, fine. It's not going to be modified, so I really don't care. Sorry, I was busy losing in the new Mario Kart. Ah, no problem. Well, hopefully you are starting to win. I can almost do that. Are you winning, son? Type deal. Because I know you're younger than me. Bro, it's been so hot over here. I swear. Yeah, it's yeah, it's tough. I don't know why. Yeah, like I said, I blew up my computer, and that's why everything's hot, I guess. Anyway, indexed draw call. Oh yeah, bind index buffer. I need that. So I got the position 5 in one race. That's something. Yeah, it's is it the first time you played it, Ratchet? I love racing games, by the way. That I just you may have seen that I've got Duck Station on here, and I play this pretty much like every other day. And the only game I have on it is Crash Team Racing. I just got it today. I see. You'll get better. You'll get better. Like this is like obviously this is Unk behavior, right? Having Crash Team Racing as a game, and I haven't. I've been playing it pretty often. I haven't played it in a minute though, in a couple of days. But yes, Shift 2 is my most favorite. Nice. I'm a big sucker for kart races, so I like Mario Kart, and but my heart is still with CTR, Crash Team Racing. But I like the other CTRs as well. I just don't have a PS5, so I can't play the other one. Anyways, bind. Where's our... Okay. And we just need our index buffer, I think. Is that it? I actually cannot remember the function calls here. Buffer handle, offset, and type. It is a, I guess, that's a uint16, actually. Because it really does not need that much memory. I could do a uint8, to be honest. It's even less, but I don't think that exists. So the offset is 0, and this is a VK type of uint16, which is this fella. Throw that in. Let's go back. And okay, so we're going to do bind list later. So we have an index buffer now bound, hopefully. And excuse me. Two sneezes. I caught myself before. Yeah. Oh, like that was a tough sneeze. So let's throw this in here. So what do these function calls look like? Again, I don't write these very often. So we have the count, which I believe is that the index count or the vertex count? Index count, so that'll be 6, and the rest will be instance count. 8-bit indices are a feature in 1.4. Ah, okay. VK or VK index type. Okay, there we go. Thank you for the bless me. Bless you even. Ah, right. That's actually really cool. I wonder how. I think it's too important for us, but you never know. So we need 6, which is our index count. We have one instance, which is fine, and I think everything else is 0, 0, 0. The first instance is 0, I believe, when you're doing a regular thingy. Okay, so we have pretty much everything to at least see. Let's not have the word skybox here. I have this commented out for now because we don't have any. What is it called? We don't have any textures yet. Right, so we have push constants, we have quad, we have add quad, which is just a very crude construction. Can be thrown in here actually. What I'm going to do just for now, just for simplicity, is just do this. And then I just draw quad. Okay, so let's see how badly I did this. See how warped this will be. Oh, you know what? I don't have the view projection matrix set up properly. Alright, let's just see if there's a quad on the screen. We'll find it. It should be bright red. So this is going to be rendered in 3D rather than 2D. Obviously that's not correct, but I think it's going to be good for now. So in theory, per instance, it should get the color red. I just want to see if it draws or it just like balks. So int it. So obviously we want the 2D renderer. Okay, so 2D render is in graphics. So let's move this to the graphics section. Not here. Yes, so include. No. Graphics / 2D renderer.hpp, and we should have now a way to construct the objects. So skybox, we want a, so I've used an object here because it's a bit more. Renderer 2D, renderer 2D, which is fine. Default constructed because it's not really a big object at all. It's quite tiny. It's 16 bytes, so it's really small. Actually, I can't just stick this here. This needs to go in because let me move this out. me finish this. No, I'll finish that off in a minute. I forgot I was splitting everything up. So, yes, around here. And 2D, no, renderer to 2D. And what have we got? We want to move the 2D renderer. We want the header to be moved inside here. I mean, I could have made it lone functions, but I kind of want to keep the object. I like it making. I like the idea of making it object based. Yes. Okay. Cool. Let's go back to the error. So, what did I call this? Inted. Okay, great. Yes, inted. It's going to take the GPU in. Oh, that's why it wasn't working. I had the word C. GPU. Let's see. GPU. Right. And we're going to then draw it at the end. So it draws on top of everything. Okay. So this needs to draw quad. So it takes in the command buffer. This takes in the GPU. And this takes in the push constants. Cool. Let's see. So, in theory, we have a push constant that we're pushing up. We're not pushing up anything else. We're just doing this. Very nice. Let's just see if this breaks everything. This could absolutely break not only the 2D renderer, but the 3D renderer as well. Because I've messed around with the push constants, and they are not... They do not have access to this. They are not dealing with this, and it's possible that... oh, hang on. Yes, this will break, actually. I just realised. Yeah, screw it. Let's just see what happens. I feel like this is about to break. Like the 2D, 3D renderer. Oh. Or... I'm just going to get a simple compilation error. So yeah, expect everything to blow up. If it doesn't blow up, I'll be extremely surprised. So we're probably going to get a valid error. Yeah, I crashed the GPU right there. Now, are we still live? That is the question. Are we live? Stream health. Excellent. Yes, okay. So yeah, that's I gotta be careful with that. That's a good way of getting disconnected from the stream, because obviously the recording device is using the GPU. I am offline. It seems okay. No, it's good. I think it's still going. Yep, nope, it's good. I think I got trolled there. As far as I can tell. Right. So yeah, watch out when you're crashing the GPU like that. Now, why did that crash? I didn't expect it to die that hard, but my push constants... I'm lying to you, but it did go out for a couple of seconds. Yes. That was not good. Okay, so my 2D renderer has a push constant in it that doesn't match up with everything else. So my push constant has 3 things in. I'm pushing more than that. So I think we're getting some overwriting of some behavior. Which means we're going to have to add like another thing in here, unfortunately, which is kind of annoying. But it is what it is. Eventually I'm going to put this into like its own like header, and this will be all just in a header where everything gets included. So what do we need? The first thing we need to do is pull in our model data into our 2D renderer here. Right, so we need a buffer here that's not going to be used. Why do I need another buffer that's not going to be used? Well, due to the fact that I can put anything in here because I'm not actually accessing it in the shader, but it does need to have it does need to be referenced. I think I'm just putting a pad in here last time I did this. As far as I am aware, you can't just have an SSBO just lying around. Because I need to be able to do this. This is the only reason I'm doing this. So I can have model position. So this would be in here. So quad. Okay, so it's the fourth. So yes, eventually I think what I'm going to do after I've done this maybe is just turn this into a header so everything gets included everywhere and we don't have this weird padding thing that I'm doing, because at the moment it's getting a little complicated. So data, and then what? Model position reference. Okay. Now I need to do the same but the other way around as well. This needs to be everywhere else. In fact, let's try and let's use the include. So what's the Google include definition? I do actually do I have it in my other shader? I think I do. Let me bring up my other engine for this extra extension. Should be in here because we need. What I'm going to do is kind of simplify my shaders a little bit because it's getting a little convoluted. Usually each pipeline has its own push constant struct. You need different. Right. I will do that. You're right. Okay, so I'm going to do what Ratchet just suggested, and we are going to increase the complexity of our renderer, which is fine, while also having its own struct for its own pipeline. I didn't understand, I think, previously what that meant. So let's do that, what Ratchet just suggested in chat, which is very nice. Thank you, Ratchet. As usual, always appreciated. So we're going to have a struct push constants here, and what are we going to have? We're just going to have the three. So in shader utils, we're going to copy this out. We're going to delete this. That doesn't exist, and if I go back to my 2D renderer, which is here, I'm going to throw this in here and get rid of this. Right, fantastic. That does mean, though, because we've got a different struct, we're going to have to pass in not the push constants. We don't want this anymore. Let's remove this. We're going to have to pass in the buffer, the buffers that we do want to attach to that, which is fine. What's the thing I need to delete? Nothing. Oh, this. Okay, so push constants. Just need an instant of this. I'm going to create it at draw time. It's going to be quite cheap. And so what I'm going to do is just pass in the other things that I need to do. Obviously, oops, do that there, fix that. We're going to have the other two object buffers. Shall I pass in the raw? No, I'm just going to pass in the buffer handles. So I'm just going to pass in the buffer handles, and we're going to extract out the data here. So we need both types. We need okay, so buffer handle. So this is just a struct with a number in, so this can be passed by copy. So scene buffer handle, and what's the other one? What did I call it? It is the vertex. Oh, we already have that. We just need the scene buffer handle, and we also now need to get the scene buffer. Where is that? here. So the vertices, actually this shouldn't have ever worked anyway, even if I wanted it to work my way. Okay, so we have scene buffer, we have vertex buffer here. So the actual vertex buffer. This isn't a real vertex buffer like you would expect in OpenGL or something. And this would be the vertex buffer address. And finally, we have the scene buffer, which is just the same idea. Buffer star. Scene buffer. GPU access buffer. Done. And now we do the same. Duplicate. Scene address. And that should hopefully have a valid, very nice vertex buffer for everything that we need. So we just need to pass this in. Like that. Very nice. And okay, we've done that. Draw quad just needs to now have the scene buffer in, which is global, thankfully, in the render loop, which is easily passed in. So we don't want this anymore. We want the I don't know what it's called, so I'm just gonna have to dig it up. It should be around here somewhere because it's global to everything. That's the positional buffers. I think it's global buffer. I think that's what it is. Yes, it is. Okay, so yeah, that goes in there. Now we hopefully don't crash the GPU. Everything should be working. The 3D renderer should be working as normal. And the thing that we don't have though in here, which is we don't have a valid 2D camera. So yeah, I'm not going to worry about that right now though. So let's have a go. Let's see if that builds. Let's check these arguments. Not yes, that was a mistake. Yes, I do look at warnings, but okay, so that's not used. Fine. Yeah, why am I using these things? I might change this around actually. This thing is a bit overkill. Anyway, yeah, if I'm not using these, I should at least get rid of them. Sorry, I just saw these warnings and I just think, yeah. If we're sending in the let's go back to the main loop. So we just want to send the push constants in. That's global to everything at the moment, but except for the 2D renderer. Nice. Okay, so oh, we're not shutting things down. No. I guess I should do that. Okay, so we're just gonna make a shutdown function. Shut down. It's gonna be very simple. We're just going to delete 3 different buffers, stick them on the queue. We're going to need the GPU for this, 1000%, because we need to stick it on a queue to be deleted at the end of the frame. Because we can't delete them instantly. For Vulkan reasons. Well, GPU reasons more than anything. Okay, so GPU shutdown buffers. So buffer. Oh, destroy buffer, yeah, that's it. Destroy buffer. Alright, so now we want to delete, and our pipeline we need to get rid of anything that we've created. So we'll do the vertex first, I guess. It doesn't really matter, but as long as these are all destroyed. It's the handle. Is that not a handle? Oh, let's actually make it part of the object. That should be good. Duplicate, duplicate. So actually, we just need 2 because we only create 2 here, I think. Index buffer. We need to destroy the index buffer. Now, as far as I can tell, the index buffer is basically just the same thing, just with an extra flag. That could be wrong, but anyway. Next is GPU destroy pipeline. So we need to destroy this fella as well, our 2D pipeline, which is here. So everything's shut down correctly, and we don't have any silly memory leaks or anything like that. So let's throw this into our render loop. Oh, our shutdown, our biggest shutdown guy. I'm going to shut this down with the skybox because it's kind of like it's fine to do this now. GPU, fantastic. Okay, so if this works, our shutdown hopefully should not cause any issues. Right, let's see if we don't crash the GPU. We might end up blowing up, but I pray to the Vulkan gods, or John Kronos himself, who knows, that we don't do this. So fingers crossed we don't get this crashing the GPU. Okay. I think I saw it. Yep, there it is. There is a rectangle. Poggers, we did it. Obviously it's not on the screen because the camera's wrong, but it's rendered in 3D space. Now we need to do an orthographical projection for that guy. Fantastic. There's probably somebody at Kronos named John. That's a good point, actually. He's going to be like, what are you talking about, John Kronos? I'm just going to head to the loo. Loads of companies and universities members, exactly. Yeah, John Kronos. Watch out. There's many. He's multiplying. Right, I'm just going to head to the loo real quick, and we're going to change this to an orthographical projection, and hopefully get a nicer rectangle on the screen, which would be lovely. Because that will be our first 2D renderer. 2D rendering. Very cool. Right. But I don't know if you saw it. There was a rectangle on the screen. Right. BRB. Let's go. Right, so just so people can see what I've done. You see that cube? That shows that we have rendered something, a 2D object. It's just not on the camera. Right, that's just so you can see it. Right, 2D. So we just need an orthographical projection matrix. Now, question mark is how you actually send it up there. Based on my knowledge now, just on what Ratchet has told me, I feel like I could simplify my render a little bit with my push constances. They're a bit of a, my shaders are a bit of a, not a mess, but they could be improved by the fact that I have like, I think the debug renderer has like dummy stuff in, like stuff that I just do not use. Like I don't even use this, hang on. No, this shouldn't even been here. Okay, so stuff like this, like I could obviously clean up. Let's just make sure that works. Just like a random struct that's not used. Cool. So So now we need to render that red cube on the screen all the time, which is doable if I just have the right grammar sent to the shader. So right now we have a view projection matrix. Effectively we need the orthographical projection. Now the question is, how do I want to do this? Tempted to just basically give an orthographical projection in the scene data struct and just have it like a general thing. Or, I don't know. There's many ways to solve this problem. I just need to get something to the shader. I just want to try and do it in a way that makes the most sense. What I could do as well, hang on, let me just check that I've got instant rendering working. It's not, I'll do it later when I've actually got the camera working. So how do I want to send this up to the shader in a way that's like makes sense? Yeah, this is overkill for the position as well for a 2D thing, if it's not going to be in 3D space. I think when it's multiplied by these two matrices, it does make sense because it wouldn't have worked otherwise, but yeah. I don't want to modify the scene data really because the orthographical projection I don't think is going to be used in many things other than so what I think I might do is make a new buffer that doesn't have any of this in. And yeah, let's do that for this shader exclusively, and we'll do, so the orthographical projection, does it need to be per instance or something? Okay, yeah, we're gonna make a new thing here, and we're gonna, I think, pass in a camera. I don't know. This is kind of not tricky. I'm just trying to figure out what we should be doing here. Do I just want to send up an orthographical projection based on the size of the screen and then that's it? I don't want to ever modify it, so it's just passed up to the shader. Yeah, because I don't really need the scene data here at all. So what I'm thinking anyway is like 2D, like basically a 2D version, where I just have like this ortho say ortho camera, I guess. I don't know. Orthographical. It's too much of a mouthful. And because this is updated every single, this should be updated once. We just make a buffer with we just throw in an orthographical projection in this buffer. Right? And this would be this. So we just make a new scene. I'm just going to do this because it's getting a bit annoying typing in the reference. And then this would be this. Say ortho, yeah, ortho. I think it's without the R. ortho. There we go. Effectively, that's it. That just because we need a slightly different updating scheme, because this is a I think for this quad position, actually, I need to make 2 buffers. No, let me think. I've got to be careful here. I've got to think. I'm starting to think that I don't even need this. I can combine these together. Like, is it that much more data to, like, carry this per instance? I might err on the side of caution here and have 3 buffers instead of 2. I think the music stopped. Let's go with this. This is fun. Let me just adjust the volume once it starts playing. Yeah, that should be good for you guys. Alright, you're just going to hear a Windows noise. That's not you. That's me. That's a Windows noise. That's me. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to err on the side of caution. Maybe I want to do something in the future, and I don't think it's that much more complicated to, like, just reduce stuff later on. Okay, so orthographical projection. Now, the next thing I don't think I need to worry about at all is a camera, right? I just need the matrix itself, as far as I can tell. So I'm actually going to look at my camera code and just see if I've got a straight matrix up here. Oh, no, I will need to... yeah, unfortunately... yeah, unfortunately, I think I'm going to need a... project. No, I can get the camera in. Yeah. Alright, so we need the camera. We just need to get this out. Yeah, okay, that's what we're going to do. We're just going to... It's not unfortunate. It's like it's too much of... Oh, it's impossible or anything like that. It's just... I can't just throw... Because I realized that if I resize the window, the orthographical projection needs to be updated. So... I think it's pretty safe to say that updating it every single frame is probably overkill, but I'm going to do that for now. Let me think. If resize, then update kind of thing. That's what I'm after. Yeah, I'll update it every frame for now. I don't think it's going to be that expensive, but it could be reduced. We could reduce that. Nobody ever resizes, to be honest. Yeah, I think you're right there as well. Yeah, but let's the code's already here, so let's try and use it rather than just copying and pasting some orthographical projection code. Might be useful. I feel like a lot of this is just might be useful. It might be useful. I don't know. Like, do I want to be able to move the camera orthographically around a 3D scene? I don't think that might be very limited to a very niche effect. Since it's 64 bytes, whatever. Yeah. I meant recalculating it, not updating it on the GPU. I don't know how expensive this is to calculate on the GPU. Sorry, on the CPU. Like every single frame, right? I don't know how expensive that is to do. Like all this addition and stuff. And okay, so I'm kind of curious. If I take this, where are these coming from, actually? No, I'll take the object. I'll take the object. I think I'm just thinking too much about this. This could be done in like 20 different ways, and I don't think any of them are wrong. I think that's the part. I just need to pick one. I can always just redo stuff later if I don't like it. Yeah, it looks fairly cheap. That's what I was thinking as well. It's just like this is not that important. So I'm just going to throw in the camera. Right. And all we're going to do is just set the orthographical projection every single frame. And that's it. Yeah. And the other thing I need to do is match my shaders. So struct scene data 2D. And this is just going to be a matte fours ortho. And yeah. And we are going to remove the scene thingy. Actually, just realized we don't need that anymore. So this is going to be a buffer device address. We do need to create it ahead of time. Which again is trivial to do. So it's just it doesn't even need any data really in it. Get rid of this, multiply by 1. MFW, I have 100 milliseconds time frame because I calculated too many matrices. Oof. That's rough. Yeah, 100 milliseconds. What does MFW mean even? I've heard it before, I just don't know what it means. So yeah, I'm just going to set up okay, the setup code. So we need we need another buffer. Oh, my face one, I see. Okay, got you, thank you. So scene. Fantastic. What we need in here is grab this. The only time I've had 100 milliseconds time frame was when I was testing 8K internal resolution. Oof, yeah, that's rough. Is it really too many matrices? You must be doing some intense matrix calculations. Okay, so oh no, you were joking. Okay. Right. Fair enough. Right, let's keep going. That's accessing the buffer. We actually need to write to this buffer, I think. Which means, are we going to worry about frames in flight here? You know what? We're not going to do camera at runtime. I'm just going to worry about this later. I just want to see it work first, and then I'll worry about that resizing thing. Because what I could, okay, so this is just, I don't want to make two buffers basically. So I'm going to try and get around that by just passing in here, and then assuming it's initialized, then all I'm going to do is just take a piece of data, so C in 2D. Now this is, oh hang on, I've got to be careful I don't get a dangling pointer here. So just for safety, oh, I've got to pass it in it. Fine, 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 fine. Since you're so worried about orthographical projection, Pepperim. No, I don't want to make two buffers. That's all, because I realize I'm going to be writing to a buffer, and it's going to be CPU coherent and all that. It's just going to be like annoying to deal with. So I'm just going to make a I fair enough. I deserve a bit of ribbing there. When you have too many matrix calculations. No, I thought you were doing something crazy with your matrix calculations. I was like, what crazy temporal anti-aliasing has Ratchet done now? I was like, there's got to be some nuts, insane calculation happening that he's upscaling to 420k or something. Just from a 2x2 pixel or something. Temporal matrix multiplication. Yeah, exactly. I was like, damn, he must be doing something nuts. Okay, so project 2D. Alright, cool. Oh, don't tell me this is modifying something. Right. Alright, so we're going to do this. We're going to go scene 2D. Initialize that, hopefully to a value that makes sense. And you're going to take in this and go ortho. Okay, so what are you complaining about now? It needs to be maybe... Object type has no qualifier and is not compatible with... Ugh. Really? It's modifying the data? No way, bro. This is a getter. What do you mean? Yeah, it's writing out data, but it's not writing anything to its member class. Or whatever. Maybe this multiplication is doing something. I don't think so. That's an R value. What are you complaining? I'm so confused why that can't be const. I'm gonna build. I know it's an error, but I just want to see it actually. Oh. Let me go into my 2D renderer and then fix this mistake. Scene 2D ortho. Ah, right. This needs to be scene 2D first. You forgot to add const. Oh, yes. Okay, so that... Is it really that strict? Okay. I'm used to working with... This is... Right, okay. Right. You know why this has been tripping me up? Because this behavior of const and non-const was not enforced in Visual Studio 2013. Now, Visual Studio 2013 was like bad in a lot of different ways. But it didn't... It just didn't care if you didn't do this, I don't think. Are we good now? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that, Ratchet. Actually, that's actually good to know because I didn't know the compiler was doing that. Well, it had to be that way. Okay, so right, so we have the GPU device for draw quad. We are updating the orthographical projection, assuming that it's... That's why we use standard compliant compilers, yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's the downside of working with ancient compilers. You learn like bad habits, for sure, without a doubt. That. Okay, so where's the camera? I'm gonna make sure the camera is initialized first. Because if the camera is not set up, then this is just not going to work at all. So game camera, yes. Okay, so this needs to be... I'm going to take these two fellas. And we're going to put it below camera. Because otherwise, game camera. It's a, okay, it's the game camera. We need the internal camera. As I said, Microsoft managed to write a vibe coded compiler before vibe coding existed. Yeah, totally. Okay, so we should have now another graphical projection, which is now a buffer. We need to now I've done that. Size of. We need to now do this for our new buffer that we've thrown onto the GPU. Right. Yes, vibe coding is very, very bad. But MSVC, Microsoft's Ratchet is making the joke that the Microsoft Visual Studio's compiler was vibe coded. It's been around for ages, but it's always fell behind other compilers when it comes to adopting the C++ standards. And because I used and because of that, it's become a bit of a laughing stock to other people. But yes, you are right. Never vibe code. Never vibe code in general. There's nothing to worry about, by the way. You don't have to use a different. I guess a rotation isn't used. Okay, I don't really care then. Actually. Okay, yeah, that's going to be different. That might be updated later. We can see vibe coding through Windows 11. Ugh, yeah. It makes me nervous moving up to Windows 11. Because I'm going to have to spend a lot of money to do that, which is annoying. Yeah, I'm glad you feel good when you code, dude. And then I've got to worry about Windows 12 being... Oh, I don't want to think about it. Oh my goodness, I don't want to think about it. Can't we just stay on Windows 10? The official final operating system according to Microsoft. In like whenever year they said that. Right, let's see how badly I messed up. Please don't crash, please don't crash. Yay! Look at that. We have a rectangle on the screen. Let's go! Woo! Windows 67 will be legendary indeed. Fantastic. Okay. It is a bit bigger than I expected. Do I want to... Okay, so it's not a square. That's good, though. That's good. Now, obviously, I'm going to just check something. What's the orthographical projection look like when we do this? Oh, no, okay. It works it out. And everything's freed. Fantastic. Okay, so we have a 2D renderer. We have a 2D renderer. Now instant rendering and size. Okay, size. Let's think about this. How do I make them square? I also need to check this with a texture. So we've got two things to do. We've got make this square rather than a rectangle. Because it is supposed to be... I would like to make it a square. Ah, okay, so hang on, this might not be a square because of that. The position. Sorry, it's vertices. What would be a square? No, that would be a square. Hang on. Others are a pile of shit. Yes, fair enough. Yeah, Windows is definitely gone down the drain recently. Well, it's been going down that way a while, to be honest. Outside of the AI obsession that all the companies got obsessed with. Let me think about this. Now, I don't want to have to build a fully tiler based. Yeah, was Windows ever good? That's the question. Yes, I would argue that 7 and XP were cracked. Or back then, I can't imagine Linux was pretty. Fair enough, you can say Vista was poo, but Windows 7 and Windows XP were honestly were good. Truly, I really didn't want to move on from 7 when I had to. And then Windows 8. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think I don't know when it went downhill. It went, but But yeah, Windows has always had its problems, even in the XP days. But yeah, just in comparison to Linux back then, it was hard to use. But I think you were making the joke, weren't you? I didn't see Pes, I said good. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, Linux was bad back then for desktop. Does that necessarily mean that Windows was good? Good point, good point. Right, okay, so let's look at this. No, it's the wrong engine. I'm going to look at 2004 is the year of Linux desktop. Yeah, let's go. Right, okay, so yes, Tempest. My thingy clone. Yeah, so that has the same setup, but I think it has like a scale matrix or something that's like stopping the. Why did I do that? That's really strange. Oh, I guess I could have an offset, but why would I do that when I can just instance draw more than one? Yeah, what I'm gonna do is just scale this just a touch to see. So what I'm interested in here is like camera versus other things, right? Oh yeah, this weird base pointer thing. That was really strange. Maybe it was good for the time, I actually don't know. The reason I do not like Windows was open source at first. Developers jumped to improve it, then Gates closed it and started earning money. He did also that using he also did that using Microsoft Office too. Yeah. I didn't know about the open source stuff. Wow, it's good to know. That's what I'm going to do with my game engine once everyone wants to use it in my dreams. I'm going to close source it and make $1 trillion. Okay, so yeah, we have the size which we pass in, and we have the position. All right, so what I'm going to do, yeah, I'm literally just going to multiply. So it is a 4x4 matrix times by position. We're going to scale it, and yeah, so I'm going to do the same thing because I kind of want to see like what a scaled matrix looks like. I have no idea if it's been open source or not. I honestly just take everyone's word for anything they say. But if I don't know. If there's like a Wikipedia link, maybe that'd be good to know. I just realised I am not sending up the data at all. How's this even worked? Sending up quad position. This is completely skewy. How's that ever worked? Hello, Matt. How you doing, dude? Okay. Now we've lost the thing altogether. What has happened? Is it here somewhere? How you doing, dude? Interesting. So we have a... Oh, no, that is correct. Mocorp started working again as usual. Yeah, that's good. How are you going to find money to develop a large OS? You make it open source at first, like Linux. I literally have not... I do not know the history well enough to know these things. Right, okay, so... I don't know how it worked before, but clearly what we did before was not correct, and now it's not. It's even less correct. So this, let me just rename these as well. We have a quad position, and here we have scene data 2D. And we have indices, which is fine, and cool. Right, I'm getting hungry, guys. Do you mind if we stick on a cool vid for a bit while I eat my food? Yeah, we'll have to deal with the camera in a minute. Just make sure it's still streaming. Yep. A video. Have a good stream. I'm going to use your stream as ASMR lo-fi. Yo, no problem. A lot of people do that, and it's very much appreciated. You just chilling. I'm glad I can be your co-worker today. Yeah, good luck with your work, Matt. Yeah, let's pick a video. I'm just going to pick a video so I can eat. What should we put on? I feel like we put Simon Dev on 2 days in a row. It's kind of getting... I feel kind of a bit bad. Let's nab another YouTuber from our YouTuber list. You can put Nathan on, maybe. Let's see. A simple scene can have beautiful lights. That's definitely PBR, right? Physically based rendering. I'm kind of physically based rendered out, to be honest. Ace Roller, perhaps? I'm sure he wouldn't mind me putting on his game. Indie games doesn't really want independent. Yep, I kind of know that. Let's see here. A very important graphics. Pearl and noise. I don't know anything about that. The terrible, tragic, total, avoidable. Let's see. I just need something like chill. That's like I can roughly finish by the time I've eaten. MS-DOS released. Microsoft has open sourced older version of MS-DOS. Like, oh, okay. They did that recently. Not at the time. I see. Didn't AI? Yeah. Ratchet, don't be too harsh. You know. I don't know if he yeah. Yeah, it's I know you're joking, but /J might have been good. Anyway, let's go with this, I guess. I kind of know this already. Ugh, I don't know. I'm just milling about here. Let's just pick anything. Let's pick this. Alright. Sorry, I was just correcting misinfo. Yeah, no problem. We're all friends here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to leave this video playing. So yeah, they've open sourced MS-DOS now, but not in the past. Got you. That's good to know. Right. Okay. Let me just adjust the audio levels, and I can break out this video.
Everyone, after 7 long years, Hollow Knight Silksong is finally here. Silksong clearly demonstrates the experience Team Cherry has gained when it comes to crafting intricately detailed and beautiful environments. Right. Unfortunately,
we'll go with that. Let me restart the vid, and I'll grab my food and let you enjoy the intro to this cool vid where we get.
Hello everyone! After 7 long years, Hollow Knight Silksong is finally here. Silksong clearly demonstrates the experience Team Cherry has gained when it comes to crafting intricately detailed and beautiful environments. Unfortunately, art skills can only take you so far, and sometimes we need to learn a little about how rendering works in order to solve some really ugly situations, which Silksong is unfortunately plagued with. While other YouTubers can explain to you how Silksong's world and narrative come together, today we'll be looking at the techniques Team Cherry used for the game's graphics, why it looks good, and how it could be even better.
Totally. The internet is full of rubbish information nowadays. Right, enjoy the Hollow Knight vid. Again, I'll be on push to talk while we watch. Feel free to talk to me in chat though, that's completely fine. I'll pause the vid and then talk about this. I have no idea what this video is going to be about. Hopefully it's going to be interesting for us. I haven't watched it. I haven't watched Ace Roll in a minute. But yeah, let's enjoy. Will do, thank you.
With an engine like Unity at their disposal, Team Cherry could make use of any number of shader techniques that I've covered in my videos, but obviously shader development is really hard, so instead they opted to just import scans of the artist's drawings directly into Unity and use them as is. We don't need to speculate on the techniques used because, just like our overview of Lethal Company, we can make use of a frame capturing tool to inspect each and every GPU command needed to construct a frame of Silksong. From my time examining the visual visuals of the game, I have identified 5 major components of Silksong's graphics you should know about if you want to create something similar. But what about the major graphics issue the game has? Sadly, Silksong is very sick and needs a cure. This screenshot should very clearly demonstrate what the problem is, but if you can't see it, this is your last chance before I ruin your perception of video games forever. The diagnosis is color banding, an issue every game has to deal with somehow, but it seems Team Cherry decided to just let it rip, which is unfortunate because this horrible color banding is right at the start of the game and really kills the vibe of what should be a very beautiful moment. To understand how to fix this problem, we first need to identify the cause.
I can't even see it. Can I go back? I don't even know what it's talking about. Color banding.
Games forever. The diagnosis is color banding.
What?
An issue every game has to deal with somehow, but it seems Team Cherry decided to just let it rip, which is unfortunate because this horrible color banding is right at the start of the game and really kills the vibe.
Okay, that's an exaggeration, but anyway, it's not horrible.
Of what should be a very beautiful moment. To understand how to fix this problem, we first need to identify the cause. So let's get started by studying a frame to see how Silksong comes together. But first, a word from this video's sponsor. This video is sponsored by War Thunder. War Thunder is the most comprehensive vehicle combat game ever.
Okay, I'm gonna skip this. We all know what this is. Play this game if you want. Very cool. It's realistic stuff. Use this link. You get a Valor thing if you use it. Anyway.
Be sure to claim the rewards while you can. Many Silksong players ask the question, does this game use background images? Here on Event 525, we see the background is drawn to the screen. If you remember from the Lethal Company video, Unity renders upside down until the last draw. So if we rewind even further, we can see that the background is not a skybox at all, but actual sprites drawn one by one. You may be wondering why it looks really ugly, and that's because our frame preview is upscaling the actual background size of 640 by 360, meaning the background is rendered at 1/16 of the actual game resolution, since this frame is 1440p. This also gives us an idea of what the background would look like without any filtering, so not great. Silksong is the first game we've looked at that draws back to front, also known as the painter's algorithm. We typically don't see this anymore in modern games. With the rise of more complex shader techniques, each individual pixel is becoming more expensive. Any pixel that is overwritten is wasted work. Silksong is a 2D game though, so it doesn't really matter all that much that there is a ton of overdraw. There's no complex shaders, so the wasted work is negligible, and it simplifies transparent geometry rendering. I mention this because some people can be overly obsessed with performance when it otherwise will never matter beyond self-satisfaction. Silksong's graphics are fundamentally inefficient, but the frames still render in less than 500 nanoseconds. GPUs are really fast. With everything in the background rendered, we progressively blur and upsample the lower resolution render to the actual target resolution of 1440p. This brings us to the first major component of Silksong's visuals, depth of field. Functionally, the background blur hides that it's rendered at a lower resolution, but aesthetically it sells the scale of the world and the distance of these objects from the camera. It also puts the focus on Hornet and other near-field objects instead of muddying up the screen with irrelevant visual knowledge. This is a huge win for depth of field fans, all one of you. With the background fully rendered, it's time for the main event, rendering everything else, which raises an important question. Is Silksong 2D or 3D? Much like discussing if a hot dog is a sandwich, whether or not you consider Silksong 2D or 3D is going to be based on technicalities and semantics that ultimately results in words having no meaning at all. But if you ask someone on the street what they think, the answer would most likely be 2D because that's the vibe. Unfortunately, Silksong is technically 3D. A disaster of a factoid for YouTube comment sections and Reddit threads, and this is because of the game's camera. In the real world, when you are driving along the road, the trees next to you are going to seem like they move a lot faster than the mountains far in the distance, even though you, the viewer, are moving at a pretty constant speed. The difference in the perceived position of an object in space from 2 points of observation is known as parallax, a word so fun you have to say it twice. Consider 2 moments of our peaceful summer road trip wistfully gazing gazing at the distant mountains through your passenger side window. The nearby trees are exhibiting a large parallax because they appear to have moved much farther than the mountains in the distance, meaning the mountains exhibit very little parallax. The car about to collide head-on with us does not exhibit any parallax because our 2 points of observation are the same, but we can tell it's getting closer due to foreshortening, where nearby objects appear larger than distant objects. These two principles of observation allow astronomers to predict the distance of stars from Earth, and also are two things we can simulate in video games to add perceptual depth. Any means of adjusting the parallax of game objects is known as parallax mapping. The simplest method is with the almighty perspective projection matrix, which we learned about in my PS1 video, where I explained how the PS1 could render 3D worlds despite only having 2D graphics hardware. Returning to Silksong, the game uses a perspective camera to achieve the parallax effect by actually positioning the sprites in 3D space to get desired results. You can see that the background moves much slower than the near-field objects. How cool. Technically speaking, any game that adds perceptual depth at all is 3D, while older games like the original Metroid or Kirby are true 2D, as if there's any background at all, it moves the same as everything else. There is, of course, 2.5D, but the definition of that is up in the air. Technically, it is a 2D game with sprites that appear to be 3D objects, games like Age of Empires, and many other old PC games, which Silksong does not have, so it is not 2.5D. It doesn't really feel right to refer to Silksong as a 3D game. All gameplay takes place on a 2D plane, and if the camera were to view the game from any other angle, the world wouldn't make sense. Nowadays, parallax mapping is a very common feature of 2D side-scrollers. Team Cherry has the privilege of getting to use a perspective camera to get parallax for free because the game art is painterly and anti-aliased, so it's just the easiest way to get the desired effect. Other 2D games don't have this luxury. If your game is pixel art, then you need pixel-perfect parallax, otherwise you will run into subpixel rendering problems, and so those games need a more sophisticated parallax solution. But are you really going to look me in the face and tell me Kirby Squeak Squad is a 3D game? The second pillar of Silksong's graphics after depth of field is parallax mapping, probably the most important thing on this list. Moving on, now it's your turn. I'm tired. I'm going to play a short clip, and I want you to tell me what you think is the next important piece of the visuals.
The particles. I don't know.
Did you see it? On the left side of the screen, barely visible on camera, a white, translucent presence slowly creeps into frame. Wait a second. That's not a ghost orb. That's a particle. Team Cherry uses particle systems to add more depth, movement, and visual variety to an otherwise motionless, dying world. Silksong is juiced to the gills with particles, from dust to pollen to grass to whatever else. You can really tell that they had fun adding them in wherever they could. No spoilers, but my favorite particle effect is when one boss does an attack from above, and when they hit the ground, a bunch of particles fly up. It's really pretty. Just imagine it in your head or play the game, I guess. Particle systems sure sound sophisticated, but is Team Cherry actually doing anything complicated for these beautiful effects? Not really. Each one uses the same little texture, and I assume they're using Unity's built-in particle tools for simple animation and spawning, however that works. In the frame debugger, it's all just unlabeled byte data, so they could really be doing anything in there. This third major component of Silksong's visuals is something pretty much every game dev should learn from. All the engines have their own simple particle tools that you can use and abuse to make your games look more interesting. Team Cherry demonstrates that the only thing you really need is a tiny texture. This applies to both 2D and 3D games, but in the former case, you can really go crazy with it since there's pretty much no performance concerns on any post-2015 hardware. As established, Silksong is inherently unoptimal. Check out this geometry. There's nothing to be afraid of. Add particles to your game. After all the objects in the scene have been drawn, it's time to finish up with post-processing. The current scene looks really nice already. It goes to show just how beautiful the game's art is without any additional effects. Unlike particles, post-processing isn't going to save a game without any sauce. Instead, it's more like a set of spices to bring out different flavors. Our first post-processing effect is a vignette, darkening the edges of the screen. How dramatic. This isn't a traditional vignette, as it is not relative to the camera view, but rather rather is centered around Hornet herself. You can see that when I jump up, the effect follows. So this vignette is more so to accentuate Hornet as a light source, darkening the areas on screen further away from her. The next pass makes this even more obvious, as the area around Hornet is brightened. These two effects may be simple, but when combined adds some much needed contrast to the render, while also putting more focus on Hornet. Lastly, we draw another vignette, but this time it has a fancy fog texture. The fog fades out towards the center of the screen to prevent Hornet or anything else from being obscured. It also makes the previous vignette look more like volumetric shadowing on the fog, which is pretty cool. I said lastly because technically none of those were post-processing effects. They were just more sprites that looked like post-processing effects. Next, we have the first actual post-processing effect, everyone's favorite, bloom. You can see that the bloom accumulation buffer is very slight, but it makes a difference when blended in. Our frame capture comes to a close with the final Unity Uber post-processing pass, which Team Cherry uses to apply some final color corrections to make everything more vibrant. It's a bit of a cop-out to just say post-processing as the fourth big component of Silksong's graphics, so instead, I'll specifically point out bloom as something you should be aware of and experiment with in your own projects. Bloom is consistently hated on as an effect, but I can assure you that 99% of the time, bloom can and will make your game look better as long as you keep it tasteful like Team Cherry has. It adds a slight gradient to the harsh black outlines of the artwork. Without the bloom, the game would look flatter. But Acerola, what about the big issue you pointed out earlier? If the frame is fully rendered, then you skipped over the color banding that you made such a big deal about. Whoops, I got so distracted by how beautiful this game is that I forgot it had any issues in the first place. The last important piece of Silksong's graphics is, of course, the hand-painted art. No amount of shader effects on 3D models will be able to replicate the charm of the game's artist-authored sprites and animations. It is an insane feat that Team Cherry was able to create so many unique environment assets. Even most particles are unique to the area. This complete reliance on textures is ultimately the source of the game's graphics issues though, and it's easy to understand why. As explained in my long video about color spaces, color banding occurs when we need more colors than are available to smooth out a gradient, resulting in obvious, distinct blobs or bands of color. Many things can cause color banding. In fact, everything on this list aside from the parallax can cause color banding, now that I'm thinking about it. But the most common cause is compression, like JPEG compression. The color banding is simply the visual indicator that the underlying data isn't very accurate. Sometimes color banding is an intentional effect and can look nice, but most of the time it is not intentional and looks really ugly. This means the first question we need to ask is if our criticism of Silksong is justified. Is the color banding an intentional artistic decision, or is it an error? Considering a patch came out after the game's release, adding an option to try and reduce the color banding, I am leaning towards unintentional error. But no need to fear, there is a solution. And no, it's not the one they added, because it doesn't really do anything. Like I said earlier, almost all of these things we've talked about can cause color banding one way or another, but the most likely culprit every time is texture compression, which we can easily verify. When the fake light is drawn behind Hornet, we check the bound texture resources and find a texture atlas filled with various glow and fog effects used throughout the game. Zooming in on the glows, we can see that the color banding is part of the texture itself and not the result of any shader quirks. This means that the terrible color banding I've pointed out is actually always on screen because it's baked into the texture, which is very strange. If it's always there, why can't we really see it here, but it's so bad here? Since this is an image data issue, we can easily reproduce the problem in Photoshop, which is probably where Team Cherry authored the textures anyways. Starting with a blank neutral gray canvas, we draw a circular gradient with a similar vibe to the Silksong glow. It's pretty difficult to see the glow here, which is sort of like our Graymore frame, but if we change the background to black, it's a color banding jump scare. Unfortunately, our eyes betray us. Humans are just naturally more sensitive to slight differences in low brightness values. There's other stuff that can impact color banding, such as your display settings or in-game gamma settings, but it's mostly our biology that is to blame. Okay, smart guy, why not just use the blur tool to smooth out the gradient even more to get rid of the banding? This doesn't work. The blur tool has no impact on the gradient because, like I said, there just isn't enough available colors for our displays to close this gradient. If we had a high dynamic range display, then this would solve the issue, but most people don't have those. So how do we fix this? With an optical illusion, of course. It's already been mentioned and implemented by Team Cherry post-release. One of my favorite things, dithering. They just didn't implement it in a way that fixes the issue. Thankfully, I'm here to do that work for free. Patreon link in the description. Dithering is the intentional injection of noise into an image to spread out and blend bands of color into each other. There's no real mathematical blending, but with the right mix of the same low precision colors, we can create a perceptually smoother gradient. The noise we use has a major impact on the results. We could use white noise or blue noise or literally anything really, but the most well-known dither techniques are Bayer dithering and Floyd-Steinberg dithering. The latter isn't an option because it is generally too expensive to compute. Bayer dithering is the typical stylized dither option, but it's less effective at fixing color banding. Unfortunately, Team Cherry used Bayer dithering. Photoshop actually has a handy-dandy dither option for the gradient tool, but it kind of doesn't do anything except fix the edges a bit. Unfortunately, there isn't much we can do to fix this in Photoshop itself. As cool as dithering is, it has one major fatal flaw. You can never ever touch it after it's been applied unless you want to ruin everything because of how textures work. Anyone that has tried to post a dithered image on social media understands this very well. In order for it to work effectively, a dither must be pixel perfect and viewed at its exact resolution. Any filtering after the fact will probably destroy your image because dithering is not meant to be resized. The dither examples I'm showing you on screen probably look worse due to video encoding and resizing on different video player resolutions. We can see error diffusion dithering on Photoshop by changing to indexed color. This isn't to show a fix, but to demonstrate how dithering is instantly destroyed upon resizing. Just to make sure YouTube doesn't ruin the demo, please enjoy these photos of my screen. Zooming in isn't so bad, but it just gives us the same problem. The dither pattern is enlarged and is just as obvious and ugly as the original color banding, but zooming out completely destroys the texture. Only when viewed at its original resolution does the dither look proper, which ultimately defeats the purpose of a texture. Game textures excel at minification, which destroys the dither, but magnification isn't their strong suit, and it is ultimately what's causing the Silksong color banding. If we zoom out on our pre-dither gradient, the color banding becomes imperceptible. Only when zooming in does it become apparent. This becomes an even bigger issue on larger displays, such as my 4K monitor. More pixels means the texture needs to cover more space and be enlarged if it isn't a high-resolution texture, which Team Cherry's glow sprites are not. They are enlarged in-game to cover more space on the screen. The Switch version of Silksong probably doesn't have such a problem due to the lower resolution screen, but I don't have a Switch to verify. We can lower our game resolution to 1080p though, and see that the color banding is still obvious, so it's not just a 4K gamer problem. Thankfully, graphics programming is here to save the day, as we can achieve pixel-perfect dithers at runtime with one cheap line of shader code. Over here in Godot, I've made a little scene to demonstrate the perspective camera and resulting parallax between these scarecrows I made out of quads because I felt inspired by Silent Hill F. We have our hornet-sized quad that the camera is focused on, and after we import our glow texture we made in Photoshop, we place it behind Hornet. To ensure that the size of our glow matches the game, I took a screenshot of the glow mesh, set it as the background, then enlarged our glow until it matched. Life can be so simple sometimes. Once our background is set to black, the enemy reveals itself, and it's time to overhaul our sprite shader to cure the sickness that plagues our texture. If everything in your game is just a textured quad, the shader is nothing more than a sampling of the texture using the quad's UV coordinates, but our glow is less of a color texture and more of a transparency mask. We still sample the texture, but as data is used for the alpha value of the pixel, that way we can actually see through the glow, and now it's time to dither. First we need to choose a noise to dither with. Team Cherry used Bayer dithering. Bayer dithering works by tiling a small two-dimensional set of values across the image, using the screen coordinates of the pixel to index the array. This is what makes the dithering pixel perfect, as it is based on the screen and not mesh data like UV coordinates, which would transform along with the mesh. Screen coordinates are always just screen coordinates. After we get the corresponding Bayer value, we convert to the -1-to-1 range, add it to our sampled alpha texture value, and we have a beautiful Bayer dithered glow. Okay, the dither is looking a little strong, so we can control that by multiplying the dither value by some small number. Remember, we're trying to add just enough noise to make the banding go away, but not so much that the noise becomes obvious and replaces the color banding as an ugly stain on the render. This is ultimately the issue with Bayer dithering. Its other name is ordered dithering, because that's how its histogram looks. Nice, orderly, and perfectly uniform. Such an obvious pattern will trigger our pattern recognition though, shattering the illusion of a smoother gradient. While Bayer dithering does look really cool, debanding is simply not the place for it, so we'll have to look elsewhere. We don't have to look very far though, as thanks to Activision graphics programmers trying to create a noise optimized for temporal anti-aliasing in 2014, we have a simple one line of code solution to our color banding problem. Interleaved gradient noise, or IGN for short, is probably the most underrated graphics invention of the past decade. It is truly the holy grail solution for many different problems for reasons that are very difficult to explain. IGN is exactly what it sounds like, a bunch of interleaved one-dimensional gradients that are pretty much uniformly distributed. The noise looks like this. Now imagine this noise is tiled across your screen behind the scenes, and you are playing Fox from the hit game Super Smash Bros. Melee for the Nintendo GameCube, practicing your wave dashes. If each wave dash travels the same distance of pixels across the screen, then the set of positions after you have finished traveling across the arena will result in a beautiful gradient hidden in the noise. This holds true for mostly every line of samples of equal distance. It's actually really cool and also beautiful if you think about it. In lamer terms, this means that anything traveling across the screen at a constant rate is going to also travel along that smooth gradient. An example from the SIGGRAPH presentation on the development process helps visualize why this is so powerful. If the noise were to represent a rotation applied to an object, the interleaved gradients will produce a generally smooth rotation as the object travels across the screen, which would not be the case for something like white noise, where the rotation would be purely random. Remember that our noise is based on screen coordinates, and many modern techniques such as ambient occlusion, shadows, and global illumination start in screen space now due to being the result of stochastic ray tracing. If you remember from my video on physically based rendering and the rendering equation, which is an integral, video games don't really have the time to spend on computing the infinite sum of reflected light from all possible incoming light directions in the hemisphere surrounding a pixel's world space position. So instead, graphics programmers make do by getting a good enough approximation from as few direction samples as possible, which is ultimately going to be determined by some random process, hence the stochastic part of stochastic rendering. Because it's a random approximation and not the full infinite sum of the hemisphere integral, the noise will reveal itself in the output, so we should be wise about the noise that drives the RNG. Some different examples from the PowerPoint show how noise will affect shadow sampling. Uniformly distributed noise causes banding, white noise looks like shit, and I'm sure if you've made the connection by now, you can probably guess how Bayer dithering would look if used here, since this is basically just our glow texture problem again, and while Bayer dithered shadows would look really cool in a stylized game, not so much in a realistic game. This is where interleaved gradient noise enters the arena, combining the spatial coherence of uniform noise values with a slight chaotic twang of white noise. We get the best of both worlds. To calculate this noise, we use our screen space position and take the fractional component of the dot product with these two numbers, multiply by this third number, then return its fractional component. Where these numbers came from, or how they derived them, who knows, but the results speak for themselves in the shadow samples. No banding, no chaos, but instead, a secret third thing. Since shadows are very expensive to render, the noise is always going to be very obvious regardless of what you're using, so to try and fix it, we usually blur it afterwards, which the pattern of interleaved gradient noise also happens to excel at. Unlike white noise, which is sort of like the grenadine stain on your stainless steel table, no matter how much you blur white noise, you will still see it. If anything, it actually looks worse. IGN, on the other hand, with just a simple 1 pixel blur, looks like a beautiful angel that has descended from the heavens to make all your stochastic algorithms run faster and also look better, which when combined with temporal anti-aliasing, essentially results in a very accurate approximation of the hemisphere integral with only a few samples. That demonstration is for another day and another video though, but next time you disable TAA on the game you're playing because you don't like it, when you see the dither pattern reveal itself in the shadows, you can point at it and say, wow, thank you interleaved gradient noise for making my game run faster and look better. Anyways, that was a very long-winded way of saying that we should replace our Bayer dither with interleaved gradient noise, but will it be enough to solve Silksong's issues? Swapping in our new noise, you can see that all it takes is a very small amount to obliterate the color banding off of the screen. A one line of code solution to ward off great evil. Given this feat, I would probably put interleaved gradient noise at high universe level or maybe even low multiverse level in terms of power scaling. It passes the dark background test, but the one glow wasn't the only problem in Silksong. It is all of these intersecting glows that cause even worse banding artifacts. No need to fear, glows of many different kinds can blend together with ease now due to the immense power of interleaved gradient noise. Now, I know what you're asking. Why is our dither so effective here earlier, yet the debanding effect Team Cherry patched into the game post-launch does pretty much nothing. Bayer dithering shouldn't be this washed, but maybe it's the problem. To check, we can return to our old friend Reshade, a generic post-processing injector for games, which will let me execute any shaders I've made on top of Silksong. The debanding effect added to the game is a post-processing Bayer dither, so we can compare by implementing our own post-processing dither that uses interleaved gradient noise instead. This works the same as earlier, but we are going to be adding the noise to the color rather than the alpha, as we are now working with the final image render and not the mesh when it's being drawn. In our Godot scene, all we needed was a very small amount of noise to fix the problem, but unfortunately, no amount of dithering is going to be able to save this mess before consuming the entire screen in noise, and that's because we missed our opportunity to fix the banding. Post-processing isn't enough here. It's too late. The grenadine has been spilled onto the stainless steel. It's over. The only solution is 6 hours soaked in OxyClean, or a much more sophisticated debanding effect, such as the one provided with the base Reshade installation. The Reshade deband effect works pretty great, and shows us a better world where Silksong colors are happy and healthy, but it runs at around 0.4 milliseconds on my 4090 at 1440p, which sounds fast, but in real-time rendering land, we would describe that as really bad. We generally expect the most expensive screen space effects to cost around 2 milliseconds on average hardware. Very powerful effects like SSAO that are worth that investment. Considering it's 0.4 milliseconds on my 4090, it's probably more like 1 to 2 milliseconds on lower end hardware. And spending an eighth of your rendering budget on an unreliable debanding effect certainly is not worth it. Instead, to fix the color banding, all Team Cherry needs to do is add this one line of code to their transparent geometry shader, trading a couple extra nanoseconds per frame to remove almost all of the blemishes on the game's visuals. It's possible this might mess with the bloom, but it's probably fine. Hopefully something I told you about today was interesting, but
yeah, okay, that was a decent video. I don't know if he legit feels super upset. I don't know if he's super upset by the color banding. But I don't know. It just felt like an I think maybe I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say he was exaggerating for content and being angry over nothing, for the sake of the video. But I really did not. It's a bit of a pet peeve of mine that when non-developers criticize a video game and they haven't made a single video game before, in a very like technical sense, if that makes sense. What I'm trying to say here is like, yes, you can criticize the video games, but like when like some guys like, it comes back to this thing where back in the day, Pirate Software always used to say that, Undertale was terribly coded, so you can make a great game too. And I just think like that type of criticism is just, I don't know, I just don't gel with it. And I think the banding that he's going on about here is just not a non-issue at all. Like that, see the image, nothing is perfect exactly, and I don't think even if we had like perfect banding, it would look any better anyway. Like I really had to like concentrate to figure out what he's even talking about. Yeah, so if we go back to this, what I'm saying is, okay, like I understand what he's saying is like, oh, this line and then this line and then this line. It's like it's such a non-issue, like it does not matter, and I don't think it looks bad. I just think it is what it is, you know. Maybe, okay, I have my own, like, I hate this in video games type stuff that maybe other people kind of raise an eyebrow out. So I'm completely immune to this criticism. Like, maybe everyone loves screen space ambient occlusion. I think that makes things look gross at the corners of things. But this, I don't know. I can't get behind this being a major issue and terrible, that this video presented it as. Regardless, I think it was a good video. I think I learned something about this IGN thing, which might be useful. More Ace Roller based. Yes. I know a video that a person uploaded a video about C++ is the worst language. A lot of people watch that video and quit the language. Really? They watched that video and quit the language? Well, whatever. I know what you mean. I know that video. I actually watched the whole video and agreed with some parts, disagreed with others. And the other video talking about how good it is by Coding Jesus is alright. But yeah, it's the pet peeve of mine is just I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit projecting here. I don't know. But I really the color banding being a huge momentous issue is a bit of a, at the very least, an over exaggeration in my mind. And again, I wouldn't have even noticed. I literally didn't even see it until he pointed it out. Anyway, let's get back to C++ is a bad language, but you have to use a better one. But have yet to use the better. Yeah. I feel the same way about C++. My opinion on it is it's fine. It does the job. I think if you're I think if you know enough languages that C++ is not necessarily bad. It's just like it can become bad, if you know what I mean. Like my code, I don't want to say my code is good or anything. You can criticize my code all day, every day, and find issues with it. But my C++ programming method is like pretty bare bones. It's really bare bones when it comes to actual implementation. I don't really mind. I use like primitive C++ stuff. Don't mind. Like I really don't mind. So yeah, that's the that's my opinion on that. But anyway, it is what it is. So what I'm going to do, actually, so we're going to go back to coding. Color banding might be easier to see natively, and also depends on the display. Yes, very true. He's probably playing it on his 4K monitor. Ah, that's why he hates it. Okay, so I'm watching it on a what? 1080p, not even full resolution. He's playing this on his PC at 4K res. Right, that makes sense. Okay, fair enough. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for thank you TZ for like pointing that out, because I just could not understand what the issue was. Yeah, if he's playing on his 4K monitor, I can see that the jumps between colors being a bit annoying. That makes sense. Yeah, that's I agree with that, Kalia. I wouldn't worry about other people quitting C++, by the way, as well. You know, C++ is fine. Hi, Toby. Good to see you, man. I like C++. I heard, though, that Go is easier and more reliable, and has a performance has as performant as C++. But I never used Go. Did you ever write? I haven't written in Go. No. Yeah, I thought Go was yeah. I don't know. I don't know much about Go. I thought Go was not a general compiled language, basically. Anyway, so let's adjust your audio, guys, so you don't end up getting blasted in the ear. I'm going to put this at 40-ish, like that. So yeah, I take it back a little bit, the color banding thing. I feel like if you're playing on a 4K monitor, color banding is going to be more of a thing that you're bothered with than on my crappy 1080p monitor where I can barely tell a difference. Anyway, let's play some music. It is compiled, but has garbage collection. I see. So it's compiled, garbage collected language. So it probably couldn't replace C++ outright or C. Right, let's hello Dimitri, good to see you again. Thank you for rejoining us in the lost episode, that is the 2D renderer arc. We just finished lunch, so now we are on the march to get a 2D render in 3D. So the other way of doing this, which I'm tempted to try, is what I'm going to try is get hang on. Yeah, hang on. I have a sneaking suspicion that I need to write to this every single frame. Otherwise, yeah, otherwise the orthographic kind of breaks. So, we need, unfortunately, 2 buffers to do frames in flight with. Blah, blah, blah. You know the deal. Fortunately, we have the GPU, so we're going to have to make 2 buffers. I think. Right, let me think about this for a minute. If the scene buffer is written to every frame... Hang on. I actually don't know. Toby, I write in Go. It's a cool language, but I don't think it can replace C++. After all, C++ allows fine-grained control customization of compiled code. Interesting. I see. Thank you, Dimitri, for your expertise. Yeah, there you go. Oops. Yes, I can't really... sometimes... It's safe to say a lot of the time I don't know what's the meta, if that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a view projection matrix and just break the... I'm going to set the hard code the depth values to whatever I decide it to be for layering effects. So yeah, so what I'm going to do here is take the view and the projection, and yeah, let's grab these out. So this is being updated every frame. We get the view projection calculated here, and obviously, so what I'm going to do is initially, so the view projection will be changing every frame. So we want to not use this at all, but we do want to set it up first time. So camera, view equals camera view, and oops, is there a get? No, there is not. So unproject, update, rotate. A C++ project looks like a set of libraries with tapes between them. Instead of duct tape or anything, anything is fine. Go included. I see. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. I can see that. So we need to get the view, and why can't we just copy them over? It's because why are you complaining? Okay. Well, whatever. I don't really care. Right? Yep. So we are going to take my basic knowledge of view projections, and I'm going to take the view. Now what's the hang on. Now let's do project. Let's do projection. We'll do projection, and we'll see how that gets updated every single frame. We need the same pointer data, so we can't just have this here. This is just going to break. If we're going to update this, this needs to be done every single frame. So this needs to be here. Scene data 2D, unfortunately now needs to be moved out, which is fine. It's not a big deal though. What I need to do though is with initial data, we set this up like this, and yes, we're going to get rid of the const values here. Constness doesn't exist anyway, so who cares? After lunch nap time. I feel you on that one, dude. Every single time I eat, I'm like, oh no. Here comes this slump where I just get really tired. Okay, so, get rid of the const. Const is a fake reality anyway. And const can help with optimizations. Yeah, const expert, that's true. I actually don't know. And some const values can exist in ROM. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, maybe I should be more careful. Right. Okay. So we'll worry about this a bit later. Thank you for all the things, by the way, Dimitri, that you sent me in the Yeah, that's true with const char arrays, I think. Yes. There's always that'll be in the string part of the program. I think for this particular case, though, as far as I can tell, because constness doesn't really exist in assembly, all the way down to the machine code or whatever. It's because the reason I'm saying constness doesn't exist is because this, right? Just for people who don't know what I'm talking about, that the fact that you can do this in C++ means that the compiler can't assume that const is always guaranteed, because you can technically const cast things away. That being said, there are probably compile time optimizations that are done if it assumes that it's constant. So I'm not going to try to tell you what the compiler can do and can't do based on that piece of information alone. My experience I've shown that const only has effect on the interface, like functions. It's UB. What's UB? And only there is a L2P passage. So compilers will optimize around const. Yeah, I don't think const cast is undefined behavior. Because it wouldn't be in the language otherwise, right? But I don't know. Modifying a const variable after const cast is UB. Is it? Let's Google that. I would love to know, because that was done a lot of my job, and I'm kind of curious now. So the compiler assumes that no const variables will. Okay, so modify. I do believe it. I just want to see. Like, how do you even use const cast then? Const. I'm gonna literally type out what you just said. Hopefully you don't mind. It's trust but verify. Hopefully that's a I trust you, but I want to verify what you said. Okay. You don't. No, I trust you. I just want to. Yeah, if I. Okay, so UB clarification defers. No, I want to... Okay, so not allowed, doesn't do anything. It's still UB. Attempting to change a constant variable is UB, just assigning... Attempting to change a const variable is UB, not just assigning a new variable. Okay, here we go. Certain other operations are described in the international standard are undefined. For example, attempting to modify a const object. Okay, there we go. Trust but verify, and there we have the verification. I assume this is a quote from this, and I could look it up if I wanted to in this standard. Interesting. So that's... So you... Constcast, interesting. It makes such an assumption only if you can prove its const is not constcast. I see. As I don't use constcast. Yeah, I don't use it anyway. I try to avoid it as much as I can. Anyway, this is a bit of a bike shed. I know a phrase that applies to this case. A code is not set in law, but a set of rules. Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, well done, Dimitri. That's actually really insightful. But yes, don't modify a const object. It's UB, and I think it looks like this from this example, it looks like yes, he's trying to modify a const value, and yeah. So it's good to know, because in my job that I had, that was done all the time. That was a const reference that was. We had a const cast. This was like in the worst part of the code base as well. You would get like a random const cast at like some random point, and it would be modified and then and then it would be const cast back again. Oh, it was miserable. It was truly miserable. Yeah, but so now I know. Now I know that piece of facts. You technically can. Kalia, what we're saying is, I don't know if you know, if you cast away const, you can technically modify, but it's UB. But yeah, don't do it. If you're using const cast, you've got to be very careful, and also be extremely aware you're about to break everything if you're not careful. Okay. So we need to be updating the camera, which is not even here. Okay, so let's do, what I'm going to try and do is a view projection instead of an orthographical, but I'm just going to lock the Z component of the matrix. So I'm going to do a bit of shenanigans with that matrix in a minute. And now we need to write our data. Let's go to our... Yeah, trying to modify some const value might cause a hard crash. If its data segment... If it's in data segment, the OS will kill your process. Nice. My testing methodologies. If a binary doesn't change its size or hash value, then my refactor was clean. Const expert is a different story. If anything. Nice. Yes, it should do. That's right, Kalia. It should. It certainly do exactly what you just said. So this isn't. What I'm doing here isn't ideal, but I kind of want to just try this out. Okay, so that's going to work up to a point. We need to be able to write this out there. Blah de blah de blah. We take this. So we're going to be updating this every single frame. And hopefully we just get a 3D. So we're going to take this. We're going to take our... Oops, I just assigned this twice. Never mind. Assigned it to itself. Because the view projection is going to be changing every single frame. Hang on a minute. Oh my goodness, I just realised. Yep, the afternoon slump is kicking in. The afternoon slump is kicking in. Scene. Can you do this? Yeah, you can. Okay. The afternoon slump is kicked. Okay. So I made like a stupid mistake right there. That would have never worked. At least I caught it. And now I can actually use const. That kicked off this whole discussion. Wherever I want. Very nice. Paste. Yeah, so... Yeah, because obviously this might help with the copy and pasting. I'll try and... Obviously, I'm trying to use const when I can. But I'm not like I'm not like super anal about it, if that makes sense. Super long session today, indeed, yes. Despite the fact that we went down and the live stream went down, and this is now the lost episode. Oh, need to write this after I've accessed the buffer. We are going until 5. It is not a compile time error. Right, yeah, compile time. I think you meant compile time. You get a runtime error. Do you mean compile time? I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think that's 100%. But anyway, what am I doing? Sorry, I'm not always super locked in on the chat and the discussions about programming. Right. Yeah, I could do that. I don't really like using the keyword type def or using. Just because I like to be... It's just a preference thing. Thanks for the pro tip though, Dimitri. It is nice to get pro tips every now and again. It might be useful. For me, it's like, yes. Okay, so we're just going to write this every single frame and not going to worry about the fact that the GPU might be updating it. But really, we need to make 2 buffers because it's CPU coherent and all that kind of stuff. Blah 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 blah. So anyway, let's pull this out. We're gonna make this. We're gonna make a view projection matrix, and then we're gonna lock the 3D. So when we do this, what's the difference between position and vertex buffer for you? One's gonna be for instant rendering. So the vertices are gonna have their own individual vertex position. So that's going to be like the model, like how it looks or whatever. And then so that'd be the vertex buffer, I guess, in this case. And then we just like copy and paste it around with the instance drawn. Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that made sense. Yeah, I'm always welcome to questions like that as well. Thank you for asking. So you can see that here actually. Yep, there's the vertices, individual vertices, and that's the instance rendering with the little special instance index ID. And yeah, let's keep on keeping on. Type def flows through the headers like macros using using can be in the scope which solves problems. Ah, okay, that's actually good to know. Because I always wondered why they did the both, because I just don't use them at all. I'm like, I don't want to use them. I don't want to touch them. So yeah, thanks Dimitri for explaining that. All right, cool. Like I said, you won't find using equals or type def. I think in only exceptional circumstances will I use that. The verbosity it saves, in my opinion, is a cost I'm willing to take on because the anyway, let's see. Is this gonna build? Using a very light version of templates. No. What is missing? Unexpected error at line 24 of the vertex shader. Oh, yes, that will do it. Line 4S, doesn't even know what that means. Cool. Using a lightweight version of templates at the end of module development, you can override types. Using enums is goated. Yeah, I use enums as much as I can if I get away with it. Alright, okay, so let's see. We should hopefully see a rectangle in 3D like we used to. Let's see. Go back, go back, go back. Where is this thing? Where's it gone? Right, I'm going to remove everything from the scene apart from the 2D. Because I can't see. And also I'm going to remove the camera, the player from the game. It's getting kind of awkward to mess around with. So what we need to do for that is quite simple. Done that. Let me just remove the player, I guess. Doesn't really matter, I think I can just... Yes, the player's going to react very strangely right now, and lighting is not going to work properly, but yeah, I don't really care. What I want to be able to do is just move around the scene. Very cool. Yeah, so the player's going to go off, but we're actually just going to remove everything from the scene. And that should be enough. So if this doesn't work, we'll throw it into render doc and then we'll see what's missing. So that hopefully should disable everything other than what we want to see. So it should be black or clear color white. Yeah, okay, so yeah, let's just make sure we move back enough. So the camera is still working, so we should see it something, a red square somewhere. Okay, nope. And what I'm going to do is go into here and just check. Yeah, these are being uploaded into the scene buffer. And the size of that is this. The offset is 0. We have the GPU allocator still. And we have the scene buffer thing. We upload the data. Okay, let's just check our shader. We have view project, which I'm going to mess with as soon as it works. So we have a view project. I think it might be the wrong way around. Hang on. Sometimes it's project view, and I think... Oh, yes, it is. Okay. It's project view, not view project. There we go. Oops. No. Let's just change it around. Project is first, then view. Okay. So hopefully we see a red rectangle in 3D. Yep. Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is now lock the... So what I want to do is basically lock it to the screen. Let's just see. As enum keyword also allows the idea sorry, as an enum keyword that allows you to omit namespaces and enums before the values. The idea itself, to do with file inserts and so into compiler. What are you guys talking about? Oh, you're just talking about how good enums are. Almost all preprocessor features have an equivalent. It turns out. Turns out preprocessor is a bad idea. Why? Why is the preprocessor bad? Is it because it's so slow? The idea is that the file inserts into the compiler. You can do the same in binary form. Okay. Also, I want to share a feature I tested. Okay, research. Optimal is good. Completely equivalent of Boolean flag. There is a trick with naming matrices so the order is clear. Model view times by world. I see. That may be a good idea. For now, I'll just try and remember that, you know, dummy, don't mess up this. Right, okay, so the view projection matrix that I'm using, I'm going to have to dig into my code here, my camera code, and just like absolutely grab the perspective thing that we end up doing. So we end up doing the reverse Z perspective because that's better than regular. Every graphics programmer should be doing that. Controversial, maybe, but it's honestly cracked. Okay, so let me think here. It's called domino naming since you always line them up like dominoes. Oh, I see how it's done. Like, yeah, model from view, view from where. Oh, okay, that's actually quite clever. I just realized like how it works. Yeah, so you just connect the views together if they're named like that. Oh, okay, that's actually quite fun. Anyway, so yeah, I see what you've done there. That's kind of cool. So if the Z value fit 0 for aspect, where's the depth worked out? This near and far, which would be okay. So my theory is based on some hacky maths and my limited understanding of matrices, which is, you know, it's fine, it's not too bad, that I can probably get away with doing. Oh, this is a view projection matrix, it's not the same. Oh, maybe I've overcomplicated this to the nth degree. Oh, dude. Let me look at my shaders in this other engine. I think I've overcomplicated this. Finally, almost transferred your notes. Yo, hell yeah. Nearly there. Yeah, I think I've just overcomplicated something. Let me where are these shaders? I actually don't know. It's been such a long time. GLFW, I'm GUI. Debug events. What's in here? Nothing. Platform, OpenGL, Windows. Wide precompiled headers in this engine. All right, so there's got to be shaders somewhere in this code base. Let me look for it. So, shaders. You've got to be here somewhere. It's not in vendor, is it? No. There they are. Okay, so if I go not in Tempest but into game, yep. Resources, assets, shaders, fantastic. So triangle, I think, was the idea. Right, remember this is a 3.3 old school versions of things. Then I was obsessed with underlining everything. Underscore, sorry. No, it's a view projection matrix, yes. Okay, so I am doing the right thing, okay. I thought I wasn't for a minute. Yeah, I thought I had to fake 3D. No, I'm doing the right thing. Let me just figure this out. I just can't quite remember how you do this type of logic. So what I'm trying to do here is use a 3D camera and fake 2D. So the orthographical gen gets these in. What? What am I doing here? Optional gives all sorts of optimizations over booleans where they can be removed. Ah, yeah, that's a good idea actually. I guess that's the power of also using unions, but they're a lot harder to get right. I want to clarify something about optional. Yeah, I didn't think about that. You can put optionals in your structs and remove some data lookups if it doesn't exist. Yeah, interesting. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think the power of temporary types is actually quite powerful, isn't it? I never thought of using optional to remove things from what is it called? Okay, so its position is changed like that. No, so I was right to use orthographic. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna go back a bit. Okay, so we're not gonna remove everything. We're just gonna do an orthographic projection instead. Like I thought I didn't need to, but yeah, I apologize, guys, for kind of not getting this right immediately, but I thought the way you were supposed to do this is do it in 3D, lock the Z-axis, but I guess not. Yeah, unions aren't limited. You know what's really good as well? Tagged. What I found, someone came into the chat and helped me out. This was a while ago. They just kind of turned up out of nowhere and then left, which is fine. It's Void Star with a enum. Now that is a powerful technique that I really enjoy. Aha, hang on. This might not be set up properly. Right, okay, so we need to set up 2 cameras. That's the problem. I'm using a 3D camera on a 2D. That's why it never worked in the first place. So now we need to... Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, that's actually going to help us out a ton as well. Okay, super exciting. Figured out what I need to do. What I mean by that is my entities are driven by this. I'll just show you this because I think it's cool. If I go to here, right, I have a void star of entities that I can cast to any type I need based on the type itself. It's really cool. Type vector 3 so that you can do X, Y, Z. But you can also do a for each array 3, sure. Void star plus union in C++ core guidance ask to be replaced with standard variants. I don't mind using features, but I think I just really like that technique, the one I'm using right now. I know it may be, but the standard might be telling you to do this or that, but I really like that idea. It's like one of my favorite. So insert orthographic. Alright, so I need to just kind of set up a separate camera, and I think that's my problem. I was doing a bunch of other stuff. Anyway, confusion over, I think. But I will have to take the far planes and near planes just as seriously. Morning, Mika. How you doing, dude? Hope you had a good night's sleep. Hopefully it's not too hot where you are. I don't exactly know where you live, but I really hope it's not horribly hot for you. Right. Okay. So the camera is set up here. So I'm just going to take this and kind of like match the arguments effectively. I'm going to go into my in terms of type, standard variant generates an enum for you and provides a method for casting. Nice, okay. Oh no. People are tracking your bedtime and morning wake up time there, Mika. Watch out. Unacceptable. You should have woken up half an hour ago. In theory, it was promised that variance is a tagged union. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So far near plane, far near width and height. Zoom is just going to be okay. So it's everything other than okay. So we don't have FOV though, so we're going to get FOV. We don't want our FOV, which was 60 degrees, and now we just want a zoom factor of 1.f, I guess. I don't exactly know. And do a comma. And does it want to float? So let's get rid of this fella. Oh, we don't have Windows included, which is chill beans. Let's get that in here. I think Windows is an application, so wait, AC? What's AC? No, I was joking. I've never heard of such a word. What kind of magic are you talking about, Mika? What is this air conditioning? Mika works a lot too. I took 3 days off, refilled energy. Oh yeah, sometimes you can't, you know, go all day every day. You know, do what you can. Okay, so update. 100% British accent, yes. So update, which is important because we update the camera. Yep, I need to then also tell it to get the orthographic projection out. So it's just called projection. So when we do that, we just say projection, please. Alright, cool. Ortho projection. We have, I think, a valid orthographic projection. I actually don't know what good orthographic projection would look like. We can look inside this, I think. And have a sneak preview of what they did. Or what I did, they did, whatever. So, when I was doing this, I decided to... Nope. It was this. So, we have field of... Okay, so we have aspect ratio. And then aspect ratio zoom levels. The foreign airplanes, I don't quite understand why we have that, but that's fine. Let's go to camera and just see if there's any more data. So, top light. Okay, so that's just a completely different setup. Let's make sure that, actually, instead of looking at that, when we initialize this properly, is it actually correct? Zoom, viewports, perspective equals false, reset. So when it needs zoom, viewports, fear and not. Okay, so okay, yeah, it does take the near and far planes. Okay. I cannot understand Scottish accents, neither can I, to be honest. Why do you call camera update inside the draw function? It feels like it should be called outside, maybe? This is purely just a 2D renderer. So it needs to have a 2D camera that's updated. I believe, as far as I can tell. This is completely separate from everything else. We'll see anyway. Maybe I'll get rid of it, but yeah, let's have a look. So I've disabled everything. Oops, okay. Out of bounds, read. So vertex shader, vertex instance. Oh, hang on, I know why that happened. That is a pretty silly mistake on my behalf. That is because I haven't updated the shader. Okay, so ortho. Ortho. Fantastic. Yes, Omega Kill, I will investigate if I can make this better once I've got it working as well. Let's see. Nope. Okay, so I'm going to reverse the near and far planes because the depth is reversed. So that might be the issue. Hang on. So I'm using reverse Z, so I'm not entirely sure what it wants. Oops. What do you want, sir? Alright, cool. Okay, nothing. Gonna move back. Nope, nope, nope. Camera, camera, camera. What do I need to do as well? What are the far planes used for in an orthographic projection? That's what I don't quite understand. What are these used for? What are you doing with them? Do I also need to work out... hang on. Do I also need to multiply this by... I think... hang on. I have a sneaking suspicion that I need to do this, actually. Can I get both together? Like view projection? Yeah, view, like view projection right there. Hello! How you doing, dude? Hi, Emmanuel. Thought you'd be done now. I took a short nap. No, we never give in. See you. Okay, so I have a sneaking suspicion that view projection is still multiplied by a orthographical projection camera, and I am just misremembering how to do 2D because it's been many years since I've done pure 2D. Also, it doesn't have any data in it, so that's not good. Let me fix that. So, I think also that you need to be this. Okay, so let's see. Nope. Let's move back, forward, up and down. So I'm disabling everything in the scene. That's why it's white. I'm doing that on purpose. Don't fret. Let's get some water. Okay. So this works in 3D, but doesn't work in 2D. I wonder why. So when we initialize an orthographic, which... Oh, hang on. Let's reverse these again. This was... I'm not entirely sure how these values look. Yeah, classic quirk of graphics programming. You either have nothing or a total mess, indeed. It is one of those days. Let's just make sure these initialize in the right order. Width and height, and then zoom. I assume 1 is correct here with the zoom. I read this such a long time ago. Yeah, I've noticed that the far plane's value is just that anyway. I mean, I could do this. I don't think it's going to work, but I'll try it. It's probably going to be easier than what we're doing anyway. What am I doing? Time for render dock. Yeah, I think it's getting close to that point. Yeah, because I just can't see anything. It's yeah, I think you're right. Let's put it render dock. Okay, that was my Windows noise for some reason. Oh, it's trying to save the build output. Apologies for that. Let's pick some more music before we continue. What would we like to listen to today? Maybe right, so I'm going to put on Skyrim's like background music. Feel free to suggest some chill vibe music if you don't want to listen to Skyrim. But I'm totally chill with Skyrim. I really don't mind. It's still good to this day. Okay. Beds are IRL. Yes, they are, but unfortunately, the windows are all open. My air conditioning is open all the windows and have a fan. So you can probably hear a fan, birds chirping. It's not... I hope it's not too loud, but yes, the... hopefully it matches the background music that we're going for. Yes. They're very annoying this time of year. They keep you up all night because the sun is so... because in the UK, I don't know if this is true for everywhere in the world. If you're further away from the equator, you'll be able to relate to this, but it doesn't get dark at all. Like, it gets dark at like like 10:30 to 11 o'clock at night, and then it gets bright at like 4:30 in the morning. So it's so... Yeah, we could do that. You know what, I'll do that now. Since someone asked, I will have Witcher ambient stuff. Why not? Omega Killer. I know you don't mind either way, but I think since you ask, I'll do exactly what you suggest, because I'm fine with that too. Let's go with... Yeah, I want all of them. I'm sure that's going to be all of them, isn't it? It's going to be Novigrad and all that. Yeah, there we go. Nice. And White Orchard, etc. Yeah. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Yeah, that's a vibe. That's a vibe. Let's just check the audio levels for you guys. Yeah, let's see. That's okay. I'll turn it down just a touch. There we go. Cool. Right. Let's continue. Yes, take a load off, guys. I'm almost like welcoming you into my inn at this point. It feels like my old country inn. As we listen, as we code. Anyway, right. Birds are lovely. More of a health of my life. I lived in Moscow in Russia, and I'm familiar with not dark. Yes. Summer nights. Yes, it's exactly the same. We're almost at the same hemisphere. Well, we're quite high up basically. That's what I'm trying to say. So yes. People who are familiar with that kind of know what it's like. You go to bed, right now anyway in the UK, just to waffle about this a bit longer, you go to bed and it's bright, and you wake up and it's bright. That's what it's like. It's never dark at the moment. If you've never experienced it, because I know some people live near the equator when watching this, because Mabdo lives in, he's currently in Saudi Arabia, which I doubt has the same effect. Anyway, let's reconcentrate and think about what we're doing. We are getting white. We need to go and render dock. That's what we're doing. And fortunately, I've disabled everything in the scene. I just need to turn off the validation checking. Okay. Where is my graphics code? Not that. Oh, there it is. Because I've put this 2D render in, it's going to trip me up. Okay, so that's all the things done. I will go and release as well, just because I like doing that. Separate builds. Right. Just make sure this runs. California also in the south. Yes, we haven't. I assume that means you're so close to the equator that you can't tell what's going on really. Sorry, it's like the same all year round, I assume, because it's near the equator. Right, let's see, white. Cool. Right, let's throw in our shaders, which I have changed. Okay, so we're completely in the wrong directory. Utterly. Let's get out of there. Right, source build. We want to... I'm just a genius. That's why I can read him. No, it's when he's typing in Russian, YouTube is auto translating it for me. Yeah, it's I can't claim any skill over over the Russian language. Auto translation has been working on YouTube for 6 months now. Yes, it's yeah, it's good. Yeah, as long as the rules are in the chat, as long as I can read what you're saying in English, then I don't mind how it gets there. Whether that's by an auto translation tool, but it does need to be in English. If I can't read it in English, then it's not good. But for Dimitri, it's we've got a auto translation which is working just fine. All right, so I am getting super tired. All right, concentrate. Let's get our shaders. Throw them into the release directory. Then we're good to go. Fantastic, go. It translates Russian into English for me because my laptop is English. I see. Okay. Right, let's give that a run. Make sure it's white. Fantastic. Okay. Now render doc. Let's get it open. Right, so we'll be able to see our orthographical projection. I don't know exactly what we're going to be looking for in this case. Okay, so let's launch. Right, I'm just going to definitely move back. So move back like that. Capture frame immediately. And obviously there's not going to be much in texture view. But we'll start there anyway. Because I like to see the draw calls. So we have a draw call. What are you complaining about? Capture has 4 issues on red. Huh? Incorrect API usage. Shader references a descriptor set 1 is not bound. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay, we can do that. There's no issue there. Yeah, that was just there just so I didn't have to deal with it, but yeah, we can do that. That's no problem. That's not the issue, by the way, but I can just get rid of that flashing API usage not working or whatever. Oh, yes, of course. Okay, so I try and do the right thing and it just has a void. Let's see. Okay, so we're just gonna ignore this. Ignore. Oh no, I've compiled. Yeah, so we're just gonna ignore that. Okay, so I complete sidetrack there. Right, so launch application. Let's try again. Ignore all the flashing stuff. Yes, because we're not using textures at the moment. That's happening. It's telling me off about not using textures. So when we're doing this, what is our pipeline stage shader data look like? So first things first. What are you? I want to see this. And we have a... Okay, so an orthographical projection matrix is pretty opaque. Ah, hang on. I'm going to turn off reverse Z for this camera. I might be getting reverse Z issues here. So let me just... let's just do this. So that's reverse Z. I don't think reverse Z makes sense in orthographical projection, so... Oh, it's not going to work. It's not going to link again. And also, let's comment out... Yes, let's comment it out. So... Yeah, fix a lot button, exactly. No, nothing again, which is fine. Let's see how we go. You can disable altogether. It's altogether for the test. Ah, it's fine. I understand it. I understand what it's going on about. It's fine. It's the first time I've seen it actually. If Vulkan isn't explicitly telling me it's a validation error, I'm gonna say it's not too important right now at least. Okay, so but yes, thank you for letting me know about that, Mika. Right, let's throw this in here. Do the same dealio. Pipeline stage, vertex shader. Our push constants. We go to our 2D and we see things happening. Okay. Yeah, let's just make sure our date is in there, but I think it is. I don't think there's anything weird here. Yep, that's normal looking data. And that's, yep, that's correct. Vertex position. Ah, that's what you do. I just remembered. Yeah, sorry, I just hopefully to blow the microphone there. Yes, let's disable the depth test altogether. That's actually not a bad idea. I just realized. Yeah, sorry, I just realized something. Let's say false, which I believe sets the depth test off to be false. Yes, so we're going to disable it. No depth. Oh, I've done it again. It's not going to link. Okay, let's move backwards. I don't think it's making any difference now, but yeah. We do need, just in case, I know this is not going to be used, but I am supposed to be using greater than or equal. So I don't know if that's going to make any difference, but I doubt it. Nope. And I'll just do a quick test on the these two like that, just to make sure they make sense. No, okay, they don't make any sense. It doesn't really matter. The problem is it's the graphic. It's the. Let me just try something else as well. I'm gonna keep trying just a couple of little things very quickly, just a bit of trial and error. So hopefully you can bear with me for that, just for now. So this, I'm gonna comment this out for a minute. Greater or equal than. It may fail if the clip test. I saw Z1. Oh, yes, you might be right. We might be falling out. Yes, okay. I think you might be right there, Mika. Yes, greater than. I'm using a reverse TT. I'm using a reverse Z. Projection matrix. So my this is just for Mika. My depth values, instead of going from 1 being the closest and 0 being the furthest away, it's the other way around. So I think that's right. Yes, that's right. It's better. It has better Z fighting protection if you do reverse Z. But yes, I think you're looking at this, right? Let's reduce these values to like 1, so it should be within the range. Let's see, nope. But I'm going to play around with some values. Yeah. Glad you all agree with that. But just mean that my far and near planes are kind of confusing, because it's like, which one's the far and near plane now when you've got it reversed? But I don't know why it's in the orthographic camera, right? Nope. Is it height and width? Definitely. It's width first, height second. Yes. And let me mess around with the projection. So we have camera, no, scene 2D, So yeah, we're just going to keep like spamming things until it kind of works, I think, for a minute. So what I'm going to do now is just get the projection, which is the orthographic camera. So, because I don't really have a name, I don't distinguish the names. So view projection is multiplied by, that's the pure orthographical camera. That's, nope. So I'm just going to try different combinations of things, and then we'll throw it back into render doc and see what's coming up with things. Maybe try an identity matrix. Yeah, I can do that next. 5000F. Let's just mix these around. I think what we'll get then is something working. Okay, moving backwards, forwards, all around. No, okay. Let's try what's GLMs, mat4, identity. I think this is going to work, but I don't think it's going to project properly. Yeah. Obviously that works, but that gives us a incorrect projection. That is 2D as well. That will be, if I render the scene on top of this, that will work. So let's continue. But at least you can see that my data is valid. You know. Identity rejects anything that isn't in a 2xxx cube. Sensitive 0, 0. Got you. Yeah, we just don't have the. Obviously, it's relative to my. I actually don't know how. So if you're an entity, are you talking about the canonical viewport? How that eventually goes to the canonical viewport, and how the identity matrix may preserve things. So let's go back to just pure white, unfortunately. Is that cube? Or are you talking about something else? Let's get rid of update, I guess. I don't know. Oh, okay. I think I just turned it to an identity matrix. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. And I think if I did view projection, it would just be the same deal. So what I'm looking for, by the way, guys, is just this is for people who don't know. Let's go with this. Go to black. Just if you're like lurking and you don't know what's going on, I'll explain. Or you're in the future watching this. So what you're seeing right now is occasionally we get a red rectangle that's like this, right, like that. I don't know how to do a fill, so I'm just going to bear with me here. What we should be seeing, we see this or nothing. What we should be seeing is a perfectly sized cube, like right in the middle of the screen, like that. That means we've done it correctly, and that should not move when we move the camera. So when I go forward, backwards, up, down, left, right, or spin the camera around, that should always be there, just right in the middle, like a big. But this obviously is the outline of a cube. This would be a full a square. I say cube, it's a square. So yeah, it should always be like that, right? No matter what we do. All right, there you go. That's not really useful. That's just a bit of maths I was doing earlier. TT's talking about clip space. Oh, clip space. Okay, so it's, yeah, that's a bit earlier. The canonical viewport is after clip space. Oh no, is it before? I can't remember the order now. Well, whatever. It's you know how that clarifies what I was talking about. It clarifies better what you were talking about. So, and yes, just for anyone who is watching, who is like unsure what's going on, when it's disappeared, that means I've multiplied my matrix position, like each vertex, by a value that's causing it to not appear on the screen. It should be moving its vertices into what I said earlier, this square. So, you know, if we go all the way to the end. Oh, okay. I don't know what this means. I'm very new to that drawing app. It's just slightly better than Paint for demonstrating stuff. Anyways. Enough of that. So view projection doesn't work. Projection does. But when I do projection now, we don't get anything, right? Yeah. Okay, so, and then obviously view projection. And just for people who are wondering, this is what my shader looks like. We are multiplying orthographic projection first, then the position of the guy. So that'll be the position of wherever it goes, and then the vertices of that cube. So square. My bad. Just checked. I set the near and far plane to near, far. Okay, so near 0. Yeah, I can set it to 0. Thank you for checking in your engine. I'll check it in. I'll do the same. So 100. It shouldn't be. So let's just make sure these are the right way around. So near plane is 0. Far is okay. And obviously that still might not change things depending on. Let me just get some water. If I've got stuff wrong. Let's think. Now I can't just like randomly. I can just randomly try things. Let me just check my project is doing stuff. My update. So we have a view matrix based on the rotation, I think, and the translation. But I believe when this gets updated, is this ever calculated? This might not be ever calculated, maybe? No, it is. Let me just check. I'm just going to check. Actually, I have no idea. Okay, that's a big giveaway. Right, so why is intit orthographic? Never running. Interesting. So calculate view projection. So update. Okay, so I'm going to do a reset right at the beginning of the frame because maybe we're just not getting anything in. And I don't know why that would be the case. Yeah, no, intit. This should happen, right? Oh, thank you. That's actually really helpful, Mika. I'll give that a shot in a minute. Okay, for some reason we're not. This is never running, which I don't understand. Something's wrong here and I don't understand why. Something weird is happening. So we have a camera and we do orthographic. We do. What is happening? Oh, I'm in release. I'm in release. I'm in release, of course. Duh. Alright. Let's delete all breakpoints. That's my Windows noise. Okay, so rookie error right there. Right, so let's reactivate everything. Yes, it's a common issue that, you know, it's a common rookie mistake. You think you're in debug and you wonder why your breakpoints aren't hitting anything, and you don't look to say you don't look at the what is it called, the little warning sign telling you that, you know, by the way, you're in release. It's not going to do anything. Right. Okay. So so yeah, you do author. Okay. So we might even just do what you're doing there. Let's do what Mika's done. I think I'm going to do that like straight up in a minute, and then we're going to work backwards from it. Where's the 2D renderer gone? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're actually just going to set this to GLM's ortho. No, what? I think we need a camera. So actually we need let's go to here just to see what is what. This, okay. Yeah, mate. Don't worry, Mika. You're fine. If I have multiple coordinate systems with no inconsistency. Hi, Spider-Man Lifts. How you doing, dude? Good to see you again. Hope your day's going well. So yeah, what we're going to avoid here is just any weirdness. So we're going to take all these values out, kind of throw them in here, and then follow what Mika did. Also, we need to figure out the camera, which I think takes cam.h. Throw this up here. And oh, we've already got cam. Interesting. Oh no, we're in the wrong file. Hang on. I thought we were in here. Right. Okay. So he has negative world divided by 2. So float. Let me just grab this. These and these. So I assume this is the zoom factor. Oh, that's the first one. And then the next one is, yeah, we're just going to see if this works for us, and if it doesn't, then we'll just try and find a different path forward. At the moment, I'm not too concerned with how it works. I just want to see it working, if that makes sense. So, hello, guys. Thank you for joining us again. Right. -1. And then the rest is just the view and far plane. So, so 0.f 100. So my camera might not be working at all for 2D stuff. I've never tested it, so this is just the safest way to make sure that if we are doing it, this is like always happening every single frame, no matter what. Yes, we are trying to add a 2D renderer on top of our 3D renderer, so we can do UI and stuff. Also, technically, you get a tiny, insignificant, non-measurable increase in resolution if you stay inside the -1 cube. Okay, I see that's what this is about. Right. Okay. So let's just make sure things aren't being silly. Do I need to multiply this by a view matrix? That's what might be tripping me up. Let's just also do that up there as well, just in case. Is it 0 first? Yes. One moment. I will throw this in here. Where is my... there it is. So we're just going to throw this in here. And why can't you make things 3D? The future of UI. Yes. Well, I mean, it's sometimes people do that, but we're not doing it. It would be too much work. Oh, got the shivers then. Yeah, that's true. That's right. We're technically faking it. So we have 0 depth. Let's turn on depth just in case. I don't think it matters, but... Nope. Yeah, indeed. We everything goes to 2D in the end. All our pixels go into our screen. And in our brains, it makes it into 3D again. How cool. Okay, so I'm just going to scroll up just a touch. Just a moment, gang. Make sure this is absolutely correct. So negative H. So if I go into this, we are using 0. Yes. RHZO. RHZO. Yes, we're using the same thing. Top down. Yeah, 2 divided by all these values. Starting with negative. Okay, cool. Let's scroll down. Hello, chat at the bottom. It's all magic indeed. Only 3D in the GPU. Yes, only 2D in screen space. That's how it works. So we do a bunch of calculations in 3D and then we just stick it all in 2D. Right at the end, so it could go on the screen. But yeah, most people probably already knew that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is relaunch this in, what is it called? RenderDoc. We will, and I want to see if the values change. So what I'm going to do is, yep, get rid of that. So when we are here, basically, do we get something that's different from this? So I'm just going to take a screenshot of this just in case we lose this. So we don't want to see, I want to see some difference here or some kind of thing that's going on that's kind of different. Yes, so no, I'm going to close all these as well. Okay. Go to launch application. And unfortunately now we've got to throw this into RenderDoc. Get rid of everything again. Whoops. I really need this like RenderDoc define that defines all these out quicker. Or something like that. But that's not a big issue really. Oops. Okay. RHNO for OpenGL. Can you use RHZO though for OpenGL as well? Man, I set import controls in my engine. I've been flying around with the camera for 2 hours straight. I love that, dude. I do the same thing. I enjoy playing my little game engine. Oh, I've done the debug. No. Boo. Alright. So we're just, yeah, like I said, we're just going to compare the values. I should have gone to... That's unfortunate. You will. We'll get there eventually, gang. Alright. Here's where it works in RenderDoc. That'd be annoying, wouldn't it? Texture viewer. Launch application. Don't care about that. Capture frame. Yeah, texture viewer, this. Okay, so the only difference really is this is negative, looks like. Let's compare these side by side. So these two are the same. We have the only thing is minus, the only thing that's different is this, and yeah, this. Oops. Yeah, you can see it, kind of. All right. All right. That doesn't really tell me much. Oh, excuse me. Some plug. Don't want to overcharge the laptop with all your lovely messages on. Nope. Alright, so I'm a bit stumped, to be honest. I don't really know what's gone wrong. If, as far as I can tell, this is how you do it, right? How about we get rid of this position, right? We'll simplify it even more. We won't use we're not using instance rendering anyway. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go back to turn on the logging and all that. I don't think I'd turn that off. Oops. And oh, already turned it on. Okay. I see. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, it has the same idea, right? Doesn't it? It's just a translation matrix. I actually don't know, like, what the maths should, what the numerical values should be. But if we look at our, I'm just going to move around, but I think that's just for that's only really for a matrix, the view projection. Right, okay. So what we have here is a matrix timed by this shouldn't be this complicated, effectively. That's what I'm trying to think. Right. If we upload an identity, right, if we upload nothing, what we're going to get. So I'm going to just show you that we are uploading data by demonstrating the fact if we upload nothing. So, like that, right? It might error out, but I think it's going to upload just default data. Ta-da. Now, when we, very exciting. When we upload an identity matrix, we got this. There we go, red. Very cool. So we are writing stuff to this this shader, There is meaningful things being uploaded to it. This multiplication is happening in the shader. And as far as I can tell, where's the shader? Like position times by the camera, right? The rest are just doing a bit of vertex conversion. For position. And as far as I can tell, that's not weird or wrong or anything like that. I could pull out the padding, but I don't know. Yeah, we're not using this anymore. But I just don't think this has got anything to do with anything. We're using scale up block layout anyway, so it really shouldn't affect it, but still. Yeah. And this is the GL position, it gets updated. Should we hard code a... Let's hard code these values, hang on. No, if we do, it'll be the same. What I was thinking about doing then was just kind of like adding a matrix in myself and just setting the values myself and just seeing what the values need to be. Alright, let's... I don't know. What I'm going to do is maybe... This is a bit insane, but... Let's investigate the individual components of these matrices. 1.f. What's that going to do? What are the values of the quads? Yeah, it just disappears off. That just might be a massive movement. I will show you in a minute. Oh yeah, so it is... That is the translation matrix. Okay, cool. You know, if I were to, do a 2, it would be a bit more dramatic. All right, cool. Yeah, the vertices are there, right? So 0.1 is the Z value. So it's between 0 and 1. I mean, I could make it 5. I don't think it makes any difference, but we also have a standard square, right? So we have a standard square. Nothing crazy, just a 0.5 every single time, whatever. And I think what I'm going to do is scale it by 2 values multiplied by scale matrix, if I actually want to change the size. They are too small. In 3D they render fine. What would you suggest? 2D is in pixels, right? The viewport should be... I don't think they're too small. But in... What's the view space operating in? The world space, even. I mean, I could try like 1 and 0, but... that would just fill up the whole screen. Okay, so what I'm going to try is just slowly building up the view, like the orthographical projection matrix from scratch. Right, so what I'm going to do is, I don't think that's... I've done this before, you see, and I did use 0.5 in every single thing. And all I did is scale them up or reduce them down. We would at least see a red pixel on the screen if it wasn't orthographical. If it was a pixel in size. Considering there's no oops. So yeah, what I'm going to do is the most basic orthographical projection matrix of all time. So 0 and 1, that would be that. Okay, so we've got an identity matrix. And then, yeah, this is like the most simple one. And what is D again? Far plane minus Z plane. Sure. So I'm just going to do that. That is going to be my matrix. So, which is 0, 1, 2. So it's 2, 2. Yes. M2, 2 is equal to 2 divided by, so we're going to go from minus 0, so that'd just be 100. And so the far plane's first, which is that, minus 0, which is the near plane, divided by 2, okay. No. So the others need to be so if we duplicate this, right versus left, top versus, okay, so this would be, yeah, don't actually do this, guys, if you're ever actually in this situation. I'm just like slowly trying to figure out like at what point does it not render anymore, and then I can figure out, okay, maybe it's this based on that. So Windows, instance, yeah, this is testing. Yeah, I'll try what you're saying soon, Mika. Divided by, oh no, minus, so this will be right. This will be width, that's right. Okay, so left, it for me is just going to be the whole camera, right? So we're not actually going to worry about bottom, top. Top is 0, so that is the actual value here. Oh, that'd be height. So height is, I believe, top. No, that would be bottom. Let me look at the maths. So that would be negative. Height is negative. Right, so okay, we lost it. At what point did we lose it? What is going on? Okay, we'll try what I'll do this. It's very confusing. Okay. So you're telling me you're going to be behaving properly now? Hmm. 100 pixels by 100 pixels, eh? Now, the real test is if I reactivate all... Oops. Sorry about that. If I reactivate all the... So yeah, I guess it is in pixel space. I didn't realize. I thought it really wasn't. So if I reactivate the game engines, rest of the stuff, and we see what we are going to render. That is very surprising to me. There we go. We challenge our assumptions. We debug one step at a time, and yeah, we make more understanding about our software. Okay, so thank you, Mika, and thank you everyone who helped in that situation. Oh, but I can't count my chickens yet. Let's just see if this actually works. You know. So we should see. You know, yes. Okay, great. That is not moving. What I didn't want to see is us. Yeah, so we have a 2D square. Right, 100 by 100. So in that case, we need to change our code a little bit. So what I'm going to do is, we're going to build a scale matrix. Multiply that. I don't know if I send that into the shader or what. Let's think about this a bit. The reason I want a scale matrix is just going to be kind of awkward to work with if I do it like this. So if we're working in pixel space, and that's just how things are. Again, the last time I did 2D was in OpenGL, and that was in this engine. I don't know when some of this stuff was last modified. It would have been like 2017. So what I'm going to do is set this to a 1 by 1 pixel. So originally this was what? This. So instead of 0.5, which means that we were getting 1 pixel, which I assume we actually can't see now. So we... no, we can. Nope, there it is. There's a pixel on the screen. You can't see it. If you can't see it, let me show you. Okay, so the pixel is going to be magenta, I think. So that's like a pink color. Oh, it's yellow. See a yellow pixel on my screen? It looks like, it's going to look like a yellow dead pixel right here. You see that? So now we want to be able to scale that up. Now what I could do obviously is just how do I want to do this? The problem is it units of pixels. I think that makes sense. What I basically want to be able to do is say okay, so let's bring this back to 100 and let's try and get rid of our hacky orthographical camera, right? Ortho terrible camera. I'm glad you guys can see it, so we're going to bring this back to up to 100, which is good enough for us for now. Oops. And it should be yellow, so it's gonna clash with everything on the screen. And so what I'm literally going to do is remove this for now. And we should still see it if we do this, right? Why the hate on orthographic? Okay, so we don't see it. There is no pixel on the screen. Interesting. Lee. Now, I'm going to try a couple of things because of that. Change this to false, because maybe that's causing an issue. We're still not out the woods yet. We've got to get rid of our hack. Nope. So we should obviously see a red thing here. And for some reason, our projection is not working at all. So I'm going to say left is 0. Let me just work with this. Left is 0. Right is not divided by 2. And this is, what is next? Bottom will be not negative. I believe, oops, my bad. And this will be 0. Top is 0. Nope, okay. Let me just try the other way around then. Oh, I divided by 2, hang on. Yep. Yeah, if we didn't see it then, we wouldn't see it now, I don't think. Let's do it there. I don't know if top is the 0 or what. You know, I don't know which way around we are. Nope. Near and far plane could be reversed. So what I'm going to do, if this stops working very well, I'm going to make another matrix and compare it. So we know for a fact that this works, right? Ah, right. Maybe we need to negative. Hang on. So we know that works, right? Yep. That still works. We do -1. Nope. Okay, one more time. I'm going to change this height around. Just based on this, basically. And if that doesn't work, what we're going to do is just going to do the standard setup and then figure out like what we're missing. Matrix wise. Okay, so we clearly need to see what the differences are between these two matrices. Because for some reason we are not getting the same value at all. It's possible that I, in this case, need to not use reverse Z. I don't know. It's like it's very confusing. What would reverse Z look like in orthographical projection? It's hard to say. Oh, I didn't reverse them. Hang on. Yeah, I don't really understand what's going on. If that works, then why doesn't this work at all? Nope. Final thing. Just put it back to normal. Try -1, 1 for Z. Here? Like this? What do you mean for the vertex attributes? Oh, look at that. We got the square, but in a completely wrong place. Interesting. What is happening? I do not understand. Okay. Near plane is -1. I'm just gonna. I think maybe... Okay, so we got something working. Let's try this. Sorry, this is so trial and error-y. Thank you, Mika, for helping us out, by the way. These are excellent suggestions. No, that just puts us at the top. Is that correct, though, based on our positioning? Right, I'll try the division by 2 and all that kind of stuff that we did earlier. Okay, let's try this. Now, I've got to understand this afterwards, so if this works. But I don't understand why we would need to divide by 2, to be honest. Is that because the range is different? What is happening? Very strange. Okay, so I'll put it right in the middle, which is correct. By 100 pixels. Okay. What is... Why does this work? I don't know. Okay, so we end up with the same matrix. Ugh. This is good. Oh my goodness. Ugh, I don't know what screen space we're working in at all. So a couple of things I want to test then. I mean, that's a W, by the way. That's a success. If I turned on depth testing, does that break it? Why does -011 work? I do not know. Nope. Okay, good. It is rendered last, and if I go in front of this and crash into it, yeah, we're always in front. Cool. Cool. It is better than white screen W for sure. Yes, 100% W. Yeah, thanks for the help, dude. This, though, is baffling. But, yeah, I'm going to grab a bit of drink. Grab a bit of a drink. So, what I'm going to do is just look at my camera class for a minute. And just see where things are different. Yeah, it just starts at 0. Just -1 and 1. So that also does that. I should have paid attention to that. Okay, so far plane and near plane need to be -1 and 1. Fair enough. That's good to know. And yeah, that's just doing it here. Oh, for goodness sake. I get it. This is the... Okay. If this were updated, this would have worked. Assuming that my near and far planes would have worked. This, I think, makes the projection view matrix, right? I need to drive to the office. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you, Mika. This it is just programming half the time, and you don't know what the code is working. And the other half the time, what the hell is... Yes, basically. Pretty much, Mabdu. No, but I think what we're doing here is we're kind of multiplying the view matrix together with the... Because this is the same deal. Yeah, this is just the same deal. And this is happening every single frame, which is not ideal, but... The thing is, I don't understand why this never got triggered. I think it will, actually. Let's okay, let's close that as well. Let's try and fix this and use our actual camera, which means that instead of this, we're just going to set the orthographical projection matrix. We're going to do this with an update every single frame. I think I know what we need to do, which is just making sure that these values are legit. The near and far plane are now, so when I initialize the orthographical camera, these are the values that we're going to do. So near plane is, let's make sure we get this right. Is it the near plane first? Z near, yes. Okay, and that's that. Then what I'm going to do is literally just take going to take the camera. Okay, actually we're not going to touch this. We're not going to touch something that works right now because we need to compare it if it doesn't work. Okay, so comment out, and all we're going to do is equals camera 2D dot project, which should be our full matrix. The same thing as before. Yep. Okay. There we go. Okay. Fantastic. That's what we needed. We have a 2D renderer finally. And yes, this could be updated here, I guess, with a no, I'll just set this to ortho right this. I think that's legit. Right. European time is ahead of the US time. I think, yes. Did not know. Yes, I'm ahead of the US. We have a yellow square. Okay, now the next step is to draw something on that square. Which, you know, is the whole point of doing UI. We need something to display on there. And I'm not going to worry about text. Our text is going to be just a... I'm just going to draw some text on a... Yes, that makes sense. Kalia, you're in Azerbaijan. That makes sense. You're just a little bit to the east of us. Well, a little bit, actually quite far to the east. Just right start with your hands. Yeah, I'm basically going to do that. There's not... Making sure that text is rendered correctly is a bit of a pain in the neck outside of even doing this. So next we need to be able to do bind textures and all that kind of stuff. The problem is just running this, I think, breaks everything. So we don't have any textures yet, but yeah. So when we get a validation error. I think because we're not dealing any. So textures is the next step. It's not the end of the world. It's just I just need to put a texture into a bindless thing and then upload it. I just don't know what this error means. The first set must be less than. Oh, I know why. I've got a pipeline without textures set up, I don't think. Oh yeah, we're not on GMT, unfortunately. TT. We're on British summertime. This is one of the weirdest things about our country. We have Greenwich in the UK, right? And guess what? We decide to not be on Greenwich Mean Time sometimes. But there we go. For 6 months of the year we're on British summertime, which is 1 plus Greenwich Mean Time. Daylight savings for you. Despite Greenwich being in the UK, yeah, or England. That's a true statement both. Anyway, so what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to add a graphics pipeline. We need to add our bindless graphics pipeline. I think that's the issue here, so we can actually begin to start adding textures. So I think we can push this. I think we've got to a point where I'm happy with a quick push. Maybe let's reduce the size of the. Okay. What I'm gonna do actually is do this. And this, and now we're also going to pass in a scale matrix So, based on how am I gonna, what do I want to scale here? I want to scale the vertices. Annoyingly, this is not ideal, but actually, there's so many things I could test before I worry about textures. Let's not worry about textures for now. The next thing I want to worry about is so it's going to be more convenient if I work on the scaling / position next. I need to build up a transform matrix based on the position and the rotation as well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I care about that. So camera, we don't need. We don't ever use this. We have our own camera now. Let's just simplify things. Clean up code. Yeah, we still have a base truth, so we have our own camera, which is great. Helps us out a ton. And that's going to break our 2D renderer in our thingy. Yeah, so we're separated from the internal game camera, which is nice. Well, there we go. A lot of mistakes happened there, but we got there in the end, eh? Right. Fantastic. That's done. Next is pure code and learning, indeed. No AI at all. I'm glad you're doing that, Kalia. You'll be thankful in the long run. For being able to do stuff yourself. Despite it sometimes being a struggle, it's definitely worth it. So I need a transformation matrix, effectively. And I don't know where to put it. Because I eventually want to do hit testing on this quad. So I need to be able to work out the quad size. So for now, I'm going to be quite lazy, I think. And yeah, so we have position here, right? Let's try and change the position. So an identity matrix of 4x4 is a bit extreme. I think this is our transformation matrix. So what I'm going to do is just move it via this, not via the vertices. Oh, we also need to scale it. So yes, we need a scale matrix here. So position is actually going to have more than just... Okay, so quad... This is how it's going to work. Quad position... position equals GLM's make scale, right? This is going to return a matrix. What about this? Why does it need a matrix passed in? Let me look at my translation code to tell us that it didn't quite do what I wanted there. When I'm building up my model thing, we have that's a bit too high. I think scale, right? Yes. So we have GLMs and make scale, and that takes in a vector. So this is effectively what we want to be doing for our rectangle. So this is the first thing we need to be able to do, is render more than one rectangle at different positions. And if it's per pixel, then we need to know that that's good to know. So we know what scale we're working with, right? And our position in this case is our transformation matrix. And yes, so what I want to do here is translation is vec3, so let's do something like 0, 2, so that should go down a bit. So I'm not going to do anything else. Make translation matrix, make scale matrix, which is a what? Yes, no, what do you need? A vec3. So we're going to scale this to 100, like we just did. So it's 100 pixels by 100 pixels by 100 pixels. Well, I don't really care about the Z coordinate. Rotation, that is, what is in this? So I'm just going to have a 0.f, 0.f. Yeah, it's rotated. I don't know. 1.f, 1.f instead of an identity. And I'm just going to see if our object gets moved based on that calculation. Oops, meant to press that. The other guy, I got advice from a person who gave me an example. A person been learning how to drive by himself for years, but was driving wrong and could not pass the driving exam. There was this other guy with the right resources and passed driving in 3 months. So learning from an AI will make me write bad code. Yeah, in general, yeah. Specific, yeah. I love the way you guys are talking about this, by the way. Are you making a general purpose game engine or a specific game engine? Guys, I'm so proud of you that you're actually thinking like that. Well done. Honestly, that's really, really cool. You're really thinking properly. These are great questions about what you're doing, because I know you guys have you've been doing it less time than me, but you're coming at it with a really good mindset. Yeah, well done, guys. Okay, so let's see. Oh, interesting. So nothing. Okay, so the translation might be bad, or scale. I don't know. Okay, let's just assume that we've got. Did we have a pixel in the middle of the screen? I didn't see. Yes, we do. Okay, so we haven't scaled it. There it is, like there. Right. Okay, so that. What did that do? That didn't do anything. Oh, I know why. We actually took that out of the shader, didn't we? I forgot. Whoops. Actually, just thinking. Could not be me. Yeah. This is not true. Learning from AI. You are still learning, because I have been studying and building something. It's not the best thing I ever. Oh, I see. Oh, you've been using AI. Listen, there's a lot of ways you could use AI. In my opinion, the reason that I wouldn't use AI, in my opinion, this is just an opinion, it's not correct necessarily, is because you might, as you get more advanced, the AI is going to slowly not be useful for you. So, for example, if you want to do like, I guarantee you this, if you ever wanted to use, I'm not doing stuff that the AI couldn't do, by the way. I'm not saying what I'm doing is particularly advanced. But what I'm saying, there is stuff like there is like let me get my words together here. Yeah, okay. So there's things like mesh shading, right? Mesh shading is still it's a really powerful technique. No, wrong. It's a really powerful technique, and I think it's going to become eventually the future of raster-based graphics. Maybe ray tracing too. I actually don't know. But the AI struggles to answer any questions on mesh shading, because the resources at the time when it learned stuff was thin, and this is true for anything that's bleeding edge, right? And as you get more advanced, you'll be surprised how quickly you come into contact with what's called bleeding edge technology. And it's also true that it doesn't have that much depth on even commonly known topics. And if you're not taking notes, if you're not practicing things, and you're just, let's just say the worst case scenario, you're vibe coding everything, you won't ever be able to penetrate the depths that other people can, because you're stuck at the shallow level of the AI. And this goes for getting stuck too. If you get stuck and you the AI bot can't help you, then you get stuck. You can't improve, so you can't get advanced past the AI. And the reason I say for beginners they shouldn't use AI isn't because of those factors, really. It's mostly because the AI will improve the output of your efforts, because you're doing stuff that the AI can definitely do. So your products will become better, and they'll be easier to achieve stuff with. But your skills will degrade at the same time. This is true for like people who are writing essays in high school and college and university that are cheating, right? The ability of those students to write essays goes down the more they use AI. And this is true. We know this is true, for example, with our attention span. If you don't practice something, that's how the human body works, right? It's not like if I read a book, I'm going to get rusty, like using a gate over and over again. The hinges eventually get rusty, right? Let's just say I keep reading a book. I keep reading and reading and reading and reading and reading, just books. I'm eventually going to get really competent at reading, really fast, and I can read really complicated, like maybe even for like really difficult philosophy books, right? Like if you don't use it, you lose it. That's basically what I'm saying there, right? And what ends up happening is if you overly rely on AI, especially as a beginner, you lose it because you're not using it, right? That's my general suggestion about people who are starting out. And it's a really good idea, in my opinion, to build that independence from AI, so you don't get stuck with those issues later on, but also so eventually you build that good foundation that you can go deep with, and not have that reliance. But yeah, anyway, that's just again. That's just why I say people to not use AI, especially if you're a beginner. I'm using Zig. It's moving fast. A lot of syntax deprecated. I spent hours just seeing what changed, or let the AI research the documentation for new syntax. Yeah, I'm not going to criticize anyone for using AI. You mean I could be plenty criticized for what I'm doing, but yeah, that's my general advice. People can take it or leave it. I don't want to be super on my soapbox about it. As long as you're having fun in life and living your life and doing that, doing things fine, you'll be fine. Having to put in effort will make you actually remember what you're learning. Indeed. If everything is peach, you're not going to learn anything. Yeah, I agree. It's fine, Mabdo. If I lost my dot on the screen, like I said, I'm not trying to criticize or anything like that. I'm just saying that the downsides. Is that a dot? No, it's just my screen. Okay, so I've lost the. Okay, that's unfortunate. So let's make this into an identity matrix and slowly build it up. Like I said, I don't want to be telling you to do this or that. Okay, so maybe the scale in the Z direction is a terrible idea. I don't know. Okay, cool. There we go. That's exactly what I needed. So yeah, don't scale in the Z direction. That makes sense. So we got a rotation and we got a positional change, I think. So now we need to set up an identity here. Actually, I don't want rotation yet. Do I want rotation? I don't know. For now, I'm just going to avoid rotation. Yeah. If it works for you, it works for you. AI. That's my opinion, right? If it works for you, ignore everything I'm saying. I just want. I'm just trying to look out for everyone who's a beginner. That's my only motivation. Anyway, so what I want to do is move this over, I assume by 100 pixels. So you know, if you're taking notes and stuff like that, that's all. Ooh, it's shrank, I think. Did it shrink? I'm gonna do something again. Let's just move this down. Oh, let's say 200 pixels. Is it shrinking, or am I just going nuts? I don't know. Well, it's fine. What I'm interested in is honestly setting up just an array of these things, just so I can see instant rendering working. It should work. We should have an instant renderer. So I'm just going to set up an array. Well, a flat array. Oops. Your thoughts on slang for shaders? Very good. HLSL kind of syntax, it's fine. Nothing wrong with either. GLSL, HLSL, or slang, as long as it works for you. I don't really have strong opinions on like languages and stuff like that. As long as it works for you, honestly. Yeah, I would also say as people who are using AI, if they're making no progress, that's a good point actually, then they should stop using AI completely. No matter what they say how good it is or how it's helping them. Because it's probably holding you back for the reasons I described earlier. Anyway. So positions, I'm going to say... I think we have positions here, do we? I'm going to have a array of 2. Right? And... again, this is just going to be super... Again, quad positions, I should call it. So I just want to make sure instant rendering works and there's nothing weird happening before I start doing this in anger. Instant rendering, because now then I want to be able to move this to... Okay, so pull this out, make another one. Again, this won't be like this when I do it. This is just a... so color is going to be the same. Oh, yes, my bad. 0 dot color. I'm going to make this yellow just like we did. Right, so then we're just going to do this again. Again, this is going to be different. We're going to have like an array that we just add things to over time. If it has anything in it of use, we will. So obviously we want a different color. So maybe not white, but this, whatever that color is. Then we want. It is multiplied by that. Okay, so we then want array size. There we go. And then we want a pointer to our data. Fantastic. And we want to move this to negative 200. And now I command AI to do exactly what I've learned. Cool. The best way for me is I research, then build things from scratch. Yeah, that's the way I do it too. Okay, so hopefully we have 2 things. No, sadly. Oh, hang on. Yes, we won't have 2 because I've said there's 1 instance. So, array size. Obviously, this is not correct, but I'm going to just stick 2 in here, I think. Yep, so now we've got 2 instances to draw. Okay. Unfortunately, it's the same position. So, why is that the case? Did I set the same... Oh, I may have... No. Position is that. So, magenta... okay, let's reduce the size of magenta just to make sure. If it's rendering on top, we'll see it. Okay. Interesting. I don't see any difference. What is happening? Let me check my shader real quick. So the instance rendering is not working currently. So GL instance, the rest are instances. And we start from... Yeah, first instance is 1? I don't know. No, I think, yeah, we think we've over bounds there. Okay, so it's definitely 0. We should have 2 instances, but I have a feeling that they're kind of riding on top of each other. Because we're not getting a buff of bounds over read or something like that. That's kind of peculiar. So if I change the position completely... Yeah, it's this. What is happening? This is equal to position. Is this getting uploaded at all? Oh, hang on. Okay, hang on. That would make sense. That would make sense. Okay, that's probably going to help fix things. I was using a reference which was going to do the first one only. No. Ugh. Dang it. I thought I cracked it then. Will this game be on the PlayStation 1? Yeah, probably. Yeah. No, definitely not. My push constants might not be pushing. Maybe, yeah, maybe the PlayStation 7. Who knows? 6, 7, maybe. Right. Right. Let's see. Now, obviously, if I do this, this is just going to cause a null pointer access, right? Yes, that's just dumb. This is dumb, right? I'm just doing a sanity check. It's getting late for me, brain-wise. Okay. Yeah, it's out of range. Yeah, I thought so. We just had a debug was helping us out, not crashing. I don't... Oh, I'm an idiot. Who is an idiot? Me. That's who it is. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, now it should work, right? Yay! Woo, 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 woo. We have an instance rendered 2D renderer, finally. Oh my goodness, that was such a silly mistake. So yeah, we're instance rendering these two. Very good. We could rotate them, but yeah. Right. Now, I do like the Chronos way of doing this, right? Where we have basically a list of things that we want to draw. The Cherno, sorry. The Cherno way of doing this, where we build basically a big list of things. Oh, actually, yeah. Let's try and at least get not a texture, but not necessarily, but we want to be able to at least turn on the bineless texturing in the fragment shader. Which, you know what I'm going to do? Actually, I'm going to see if this is going to work with a hack. So I'm going to put this on, and we're going to see, based on that, we should get some weird textures here. And yeah, because I don't think that's going to work, what I've decided to do with the texture ID. I wish the channel were completely serious. Yeah, well, he's a busy guy. Just how things go. So what I'm going to do is go to my graphics pipeline and see how do I access the pipeline thingamajiggy in you mean batching CPU side? Yes. I like the idea of doing that, just like doing all the things in one go rather than doing them at runtime. I do like that idea. Sorry, at draw time. So like I want like a batching phase and then a drawing phase and then a batching phase and then drawing phase. Just so we don't go draw batch, you know, draw translate, draw translate, draw translate, draw translate, draw translate, etc. I do like that idea. That's especially for instant rendered stuff. So if we build up our buffer ahead of time and then upload it, I think it should be really nice. It should help us out. Right, okay, so what I'm trying to do here is the graphics pipeline is set up with this fella. Okay, so it's just the GPU, so that's all I need to do. So just so I'm gonna guess that we're gonna get some weird results from this, but just maybe we'll get some textures. We're gonna get the wrong textures, but we're gonna get some textures, I think. Let's see. Okay, so let's go back to our 2D renderer. So our graphics pipeline setup is... Where is our descriptor set stuff? Oh, okay, we just literally... Okay. So going back to our... I'm just going to nab some code from our... I didn't realize how little we have set up here. So we have we've got to have a pipeline stage layout, and that's about it. Okay, create main. Sounds good. So that'll just be in our renderer. So throw that there. Main pipeline stage. You're going to be just here because that's again, I'm just going to steal stuff from my, because it's getting late for my brain. I said I'm just getting a bit tired. Yeah, explanation takes 10x. Yeah, it's really... The enter is always a staging... The enter is definitely not always a staging buffer. I like that. Mapdo's like, when in doubt, make a staging buffer. The answer is always staging buffer. I love the confidence. Okay, so we need a descriptor set handle. So descriptor set layout 2D. Yes, basically I need a... No, effectively I need to set up my graphics pipeline for 2D to set up to access the binary textures. Currently they have no way of accessing it because I haven't turned it on. So it just needs to be turned on. So this, and this takes a descriptor creation thing. Yeah, and then pipeline discretion. Oh, okay. Hang on. So I have like a bunch of structs that do this for me, so the pipeline creation is quite simple. Where is my... Yep, I'm just going to keep stealing code. until this works. Nope. Am I in game? Why am I not in game? Scroll down. Right, okay, so this is tricky. How do I do this without a description? Actually, I don't think it's... Is my code designed around this? You've been working for 10 plus hours, bro. That's impressive. Well done. Congratulations. That's one of my like all-time bests, working for 10 hours. Yeah, effectively I need the pipeline stage needs access to the descriptor set's layouts, but if I main descriptor set creates... Oh, I'm being dumb. I'm being so dumb. That's all I need to do. Okay, I've overcomplicated this, like... Again. That's all I need to do. Done. And this just needs to have this in here. Done. Get rid of this. Don't need this at all. Done, done, done. Okay. So then when I actually bind this at runtime, we shouldn't have an error. But we'll see what ends up happening. I'm just going to build first because the shader might be wrong. Okay, so that needs to be unit 32 perhaps. Okay, let's give that a run. So I don't know what the rectangles are going to look like. SPRV stage, fragment shader bit, stage 1, binding 1, global textures. Oh, I thought I did, but was not. But the binding was not declared in the pipeline stage. Okay, so I've missed a step. That's all on the creation. Let's see. Okay, so there's the bindless stage. It gets added. Do we need to do anything else though with this? Like an extra step? It's just the setup is wrong. That's all. I've made a mistake on the setup. What am I doing here? I need to. Yeah, this goes in here. Yeah, so this creates a pipeline stage layout. Do I need this when I'm doing this? I actually don't know. You need another pipeline stage to create info descriptor sets. Yeah, maybe. Give myself a stretch. Oh my god. The skybox does this better, actually. The skybox doesn't have it. Oh no, it does. It has a skybox materials thing, Mijigi. My concern is... No, it's fine. They're completely separate. And this goes in there. What am I missing? I'm confused here. What? I set this to true. Shouldn't this be false? Why have I done depth enable twice? So I'm just going to look at these skybox real quick. Oh, I can't. I can't until I remove this. Alright, so let's see what we got. It should be... oh. Alright, so clearly the 2D renderer is not happy with what I'm doing. It might need a... I didn't realize this, but it might have the assumption that we always have a non-bindless... because what I'm doing at the moment is... why am I not reading... oops. Because VK... oh, hang on. Yes, you're right. I should have read that. That's actually this. I think. There we go. Okay, so that's the skybox, and what I want to do, I can't quite remember this, so maybe I should trust myself. But I thought this is off. I wrote this in my notes. Yeah, I thought we turned depth off. Did you know that John Vulkan invented Z prepass when trying to enable depth tests twice? I see. Gotta be careful of that. His name is Jason Vulkan. I see. Who is Jason? Set the vibe coder to the AI bot. Anyway. Alright, so, I might have to relook about how I initialize things, because I don't know if I can get away with... what I'm going to try is just setting this to null and just not having anything. Yeah. So just bear with me a minute. But this isn't... it's a descriptor set handle. It's a descriptor set handle. I don't need two descriptor set handles. Okay. Okay. Actually, we might be getting errors that we don't care about for now. Hang on. When we were doing this, give me a minute. Does this cause an error, right? One step at a time this time. No. Good. Okay, so I thought that was an error. I thought that was causing an error. Next is, can I bind? Can I do this? Because now it's in part of the graphics pipeline. We bind it. No. Okay, so... so, first... okay, so the first set is 0 plus the descriptor set count is greater than... oh, hang on. The sum of the first descriptor set must be less than or equal to the pipeline set layout count. Oh. Oh dear, this might cause me to rewrite some things if that's actually the case. So if I go into my pipeline creation, it might mean case is... I think what that's telling me is I can't have a set pipeline barrier of set a descriptor set layout of 1 if I have one of 0. If I don't have one of 0. Which means I'm going to have to, I think, reverse the order of everything, which is fine, but it's going to take a little bit of things to get right here. Where 0 is the bindless textures and 1 is the everything else, and 2 and 3 and 4 or whatever. So I think that's what it's saying. Let's look for this. Okay, so yeah, creation active layers count. Yeah, I have a bad feeling that I can't set this to 1, and it all works. No, I don't think it's anything to do with shaders or the set types. I just think I can't use 1 in it. What it's saying, I think, is what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to use descriptor set 1 in my shaders, right? But this is the first shader that doesn't have any other descriptor set binding of 0. Every other shader has a up to now anyway. Like I'll show you. Just go scroll. Like every one of these has this in, right? It has a material set in, which is set 0, and then it has a texture set, which is set 1. I don't think I can do that if I don't have a 0. I think I need to have a 0, then a 1. And what I'm trying to access here is a 1, according to this, right? So the sum of the first set and the descriptors count must be less than or equal to the VK layout pipeline creation set provided. Okay. I think I'm going to have to think about that. Alright guys, I'm going to share my Discord server with you. Now the Lost episode is ending. I'm going to say thank you all for being wonderful community members and asking me questions, and I hope you all had a good stream. I'm glad you didn't. I like the decision. I like some of the conversations I saw. I'm glad they didn't get too heated. So yeah, I will leave you there. Thank you all for the people who have stayed subscribed all this time. Appreciate you. People who are newly subscribed, thank you for joining us. And anyone who commented or liked the stream, thank you very much too. Yeah, I will leave you all here, and I wish you all the best, honestly, in your pursuits. So yeah, thank you all. Alright then, there we go. I'll see you all in the next one. Alright, bye guys. Bye.